My dear friends, my dear masters, my dear gods, my dear scientists. The message is clear, and we all know the message. The message is crystal clear, and we are all magnificent crystals. A crystal is an enlightened master in the mineral kingdom. We all value crystals, we all cherish crystals, and crystals are the enlightened masters in the mineral kingdom. A crystal is transparent. When you are transparent, you also become an enlightened master in the human kingdom. Our essence is crystalline. We are all, in origin, crystal clear souls, entities. We traverse dimensions in our crystal clear transparency. We are all pure crystals. That's what we are. As pure crystals, we seek non-crystalline experiences, unclear experiences for the thrill of it, for the adventure of it. The earth time, the body time is for non-crystalline experiences. And we forget our crystalline purity and we are enmeshed in non-crystalline, unclear, opaque experiences, where we don't see 2 feet away from us. And that's the thrill of the game. All the world is a stage, and we are all mere actors. We strut and fume, do our part and depart, the great master Shakespeare said. All the world is a stage. We are all mere actors. We strut and fume, do our part and depart. We come into the human bodies as actors climbing up the stage. Different roles for different thrills, different viewpoints, different experiences. All for the thrill of the game. No role is superior to no other role. And we are all role players. We remember again and again the great master's words. All the world is a stage. We are all mere actors, mere actors. We strut and fume, do our part and depart. We come back again and again. Punarapi jananam, punarapi maranam, punarapi jananam, punarapi maranam. It is very stale over there where we think there is heaven. It's very stale there. There is neither death there, neither birth there. We see everything there in the higher realms from where we have come. Therefore, it is not as thrilling as when we come here into these bodies, onto this stage called as the world. There is oneness from where we have come. There is multipleness, infiniteness in where we are. This is a wonderful world. That's why we have chosen to come here. This is a wonderful role playing. Therefore, we are here. We have all born because of our mighty choice, mighty wisdom. Every lifetime is selected for its thrill. But of course, once you take a human body, you have to complete the chain of experiences in the human body. Those chain of experiences may take you many lifetimes, but every lifetime is a thrill. No lifetime is a punishment. No role play is punishment. There is no punishment. There is joy in the endeavor of physicality. All the world is a stage where all mere actors we strut and fume. The strutting and the fuming is the beauty of the game. Horatio, there are many things in heaven and earth that are not dreamt of in your philosophy. These are the words of William Shakespeare. Horatio, there are many things in heaven and earth that are not dreamt of in your philosophy. The earth is full of mysterious things. Every twist and turn we encounter the unknown. That's a game. We are all happy in this game. Every choice is a wonderful choice for every entity, every soul, all the time. As you have free will to do what you want to do, every other being has got free will to take up what it wants to do. The only thing that is forbidden is to end another person's, another entity's game. If two children are playing some game, you spoil the game, then that's wrong. If you kill some animal, bird, fish, that's wrong. You are stopping its play. You are interfering with its game. The only thing forbidden is to kill an animal for whatever reason, food or sport or game. Others' lives are not your game. Your life is your game. Others' free wills are not to be tampered with. You play with your free will. The earth has become a horrible place because man has chosen to kill animal, bird and fish. We in the Pyramid Spiritual Societies movement will stop this interference of the human being in its co-friends, co-playmates, the birds, the animals and the fish. That's what we are. We will save the animals, we will save the birds, and we will save the fish. We will not allow any human being to interfere with the play of other animals, birds and fish. It is with that singular task and objective that all pyramid masters are born. Otherwise, we would have chosen some other beautiful places to play, but we have come here on a duty. Apart from what we play, our thrills, our adventures, we have come here to see that human cruelty ends. All those people who have come here, we want to give the message of non-killing, non-violence, non-interference. No other animal is your food. No other bird is your food. No other fish is your food. Your food is plant. You don't have to meditate to know who you are. But you have to be civil to other life forms. Not knowing who you are, it's a great thrill in itself. Actually, when you become enlightened, half of the thrill is gone. Because you know the whole scheme of things. You know the end game. You know what happens after the death. So much of the thrill is lost. However, the point is non-violence. Human being over animal being. Human being over bird being. Human being over fish being. Humankind is brutal kind. It's brutal. We pray to Jesus, we kill animals and eat. We go to Tirupati Balaji and come back and kill animals and eat. Very, very painful thing. To see the pain of animals, birds and fish. In all the slaughterhouses. And we dance and sing here, play music here when animals are being killed. We also dance and play music and then go and kill and eat. My goodness gracious. No way. In another 10 or 15 years perhaps, and definitely so, all cruelty will cease. No bird will be killed, no fish will be killed, no animal will be killed in another 10, 15 years. No more bloodshed for our joyhood. meditation, the most important thing for each and every person every day. Group meditation is very, very important. Group meditation is thrice more powerful than individual meditation. And pyramid meditation is thrice more powerful than non-pyramid meditation. And full moon meditation is thrice more powerful. Music meditation is thrice more powerful. Forest meditation is thrice more powerful. We need to do everyday meditation, and whenever possible, however it is possible, we should intensify the experience of meditation by using the pyramid energies, using the group energies, and using the nature's energies, using the full moon energies. And the more we do meditation, the better person, more qualitative person we become, the more aware persons we become. We expand our consciousness in meditation. Meditation is not thinking either materially or spiritually. It is not thinking about Rama or Krishna or Shiva, no. It is pure being, where there are no material thoughts, there are no spiritual thoughts. It's pure emptiness. Practicing of emptiness is Buddhahood. And meditation is the best time to practice emptiness. Buddha stressed the emptiness, the nature of everything as emptiness. The whole nature is not Maya, it is not illusion. It is emptiness and fullness. The two sides of the coin are emptiness and the fullness. Nothing is illusion. Nothing is unreal. The moment you say you are emptiness, it is not unreal. It is great reality. In effect, every entity, soul is pure emptiness. To be aware of the reality is that Buddhahood. I am empty, you are empty, everything is empty on the one hand, and I am full, you are full, everything is full on the other. It is not against nature. It is for nature. Buddhahood is not against nature. It is not retracting yourself from activity. It is being still in activity. Unless you practice stillness in stillness, you can't be practicing stillness in activity. So, meditation is the way to practice stillness in the stillness, and that gets carried forward in the activities. We maintain our stillness or emptiness in the midst of all the activities. We are in this Maitreya Buddha pyramid meditation temple. These are the two things that we have to understand. One is Maitri, and there is Buddhahood. Maitri is friendship. There are two types of friendships. One is unconditional friendship, another is conditional friendship. Both have to be practiced. Conditional friendship is not at the expense of unconditional friendship, or unconditional friendship is not at the expense of conditional friendship. We are living in many, many relationship roles, and these create special conditions, and they demand conditional friendship. Not to know about conditional friendship is not to have any sense. Friendship depends upon friendship. So, if you are going to come and kill me, well, I am practicing unconditional friendship on one hand, I am also practicing conditional friendship on the other hand. Therefore, if you want to kill me, I am going to kill you. I am not going to spare you. Because you are doing something harmful to me, I will do the same to you. That is a last resort. That is the message of Gita. If you are going to kill me, I will bear for some time, and some more time, and some more time. Ultimately, I am ready to kill you again. Yuddhaya krita nishchaya. Not at the first instance, but certainly it is not at all ruled out. If you are going to kill me, I am going to kill you. If you are not going to kill me, I am not going to kill you. If you are going to be friendly with me, I am going to be friendly with you. If you are going to give your life to me, I am going to give my life to you. So, in the word Maitri, in the word friendship, all these things come. To practice conditional friendship is to practice sense and sensibility. Not to know the difference between unconditional and conditional friendship is not to have fine sense. Living in day-to-day affairs demands a lot of very, very fine-tuned sense. So, Maitri is not just unconditional friendship, it is not just conditional friendship, it is both. Truth is neither full nor empty, it is both full and empty. So, Buddhahood is practice, to practice and to practice and practice and practice and practice emptiness. Meditation is the proper use of time when you don't have any other work, urgent activity in the outside. If there is no urgent activity in the outside, the urgent activity is meditation. So, any time is best time for meditation, any place is best place for meditation. You have to sit comfortably, make your body as comfortable as possible. If you are against your physical body, you cannot go into meditation. If you are for your physical body, you will go into meditation. If you are anti-body, you will not be pro-soul. Taking care of the body, giving comfort to the body is the temple of the soul, then the soul is comfortable in a comfortable temple. So, the great Buddha has advocated the middle path. Neither eat more nor eat less, nor sleep more nor sleep less. And from time to time to time to time, be still in the body and the mind. Active life must be followed by meditation. Meditation should be followed by active life. No one situation has to be given a little more importance than the other. Every situation is as important as the other and should be given due. Buddhahood is beautiful balance. And we are all here to become Buddhas. We are Buddhas to the extent we are aware of our goals, that we have to become a Buddha. So in the word Maitri, there are two things, conditional and unconditional friendships. In the word Buddhahood, there is practice of emptiness. The more you practice emptiness, you have to see emptiness in others and emptiness in yourself. Others are of no value to you, and you are of no value to yourself. And you are of no value to others. Plus, others are of high value to you. You are of high value to yourself, and you are a very high value to others. All these concepts must be simultaneously held. That is the paradox. Spirituality is full of paradoxes. If you can't understand the paradoxes, then you can't understand the depth and the width of and the height of spirituality. Since it is so very paradoxical, it is very difficult to understand, but not difficult to achieve in due course. The more you interact with the Buddhas, the more you understand the meaning and significance and state of Buddhahood. One Buddha can be understood only by another Buddha. A non-Buddha cannot understand Buddha. You have to be a Buddha to understand another Buddha. And when one Buddha sees another Buddha, he understands that that guy understands you totally. Meditation is the answer for all the problems of mankind. There are no problems in the animal kind. There are only problems in the mankind. And we have graduated from the animal kind to the human kind. We have graduated into problems, a sea of problems. And in due course, we graduate out of this mankind. When you graduate from the mankind, you become a member of the Buddha kind. We don't use the word divine, divinity in Buddha's language, because everything is always divine. You don't become divine, you become a Buddha. A Buddha means full of buddhi. Full of fine common sense is buddhi. Buddhi is spiritual common sense. Buddhi is material common sense. Buddhi means pure common sense in its purity. We don't become divine. When everything is divine, there is no particular meaning in calling the divine. The word becomes redundant. When the word becomes redundant, then you are into Buddhahood. When the word God becomes redundant, then you achieve your Buddhahood. When such terminology it becomes childish to you, then you have entered the Buddha's order. Buddhahood is quality. Buddhi is quality. Quality in everything. Constant improvement in quality, in how you look, how you think, how you stand, how you sit, how you eat, how you serve others, how you speak, how you listen. Jacking up the quality of each and every activity. Aware of that need to jack up the quality. In each and every activity, minutest possible. That is Buddhahood. So, this is the Maitreya Buddha Dhyana Vidya Vishwalayam. It's a world temple. Vishwalayam means world temple. Vishwa is the world, Alayam is temple. Dhyana Vidya is the science of meditation. Maitreya Buddha is when Buddha left his body, before he left his body, he told, I will come back as Maitreya Buddha after 2500 years. The whole pyramid, spiritual society's movement is Maitreya Buddha. So again, let me recap. Maitri is not just unconditional friendship always. No, it is not like that. And it is not even total conditional friendship. It is not even that. It is an excellent combination of unconditional and conditional friendship. Number 1 point. Number 2 point, Buddhahood is practicing emptiness. Your emptiness vis-a-vis yourself, others' emptiness vis-a-vis yourself, your own emptiness vis-a-vis others, plus non-emptiness too. So, a Buddha is dedicated to practice of meditation and teaching of meditation. In Buddha meditation, everybody achieves the Buddha. Today, we shall learn about three things. Buddham Sharanam Gacchami, then Buddha Dharmam Sharanam Gacchami, then Buddha Sangam Sharanam Gacchami. We take refuge. We seek what? What do we seek? Sharanam Gacchami means we seek. I seek, we all seek. What do we seek? We seek enlightenment. Buddham means enlightenment. Buddham does not refer to a particular person called as Gautama Buddha. Buddham means enlightenment. Buddham Sharanam Gacchami. It means I am seeking refuge in enlightenment. I am seeking enlightenment. I want enlightenment. I am going towards enlightenment. That is the goal of every human being. No animal being needs enlightenment. It's only human beings that need enlightenment. That does not mean that animal beings are more enlightened than human beings. That does not mean that. But it is the human purpose that the being in the human body should seek enlightenment. That is the meaning of the word, the phrase, the sentence, Buddham Sharanam Gacchami. People ask me, Sir, what should I do? What is my purpose? Aha! Your purpose is not different from my purpose. Every human being's purpose is to seek enlightenment. Parents must be enlightened parents. Husband should be enlightened husband. Wife should be enlightened wife. Children should be enlightened children. The rulers should be enlightened rulers. The chief minister should be enlightened chief minister. The prime minister should be enlightened prime minister. The school teacher should be an enlightened school teacher. The bus driver should be an enlightened bus driver. The sitarist should be enlightened sitarist. The violinist should be an enlightened violinist. The tablaist should be an enlightened tablaist. The cook, the bawarchi, should be an enlightened bawarchi, cook. Everybody should be enlightened. That is the purpose of life, human life. That is the whole thing is put succinctly in the phrase, in the sentence called as Buddham Sharanam Gacchami. Where am I going? I am going from less enlightenment to more enlightenment to most possible enlightenment. That is my travel. We are all enlightened. 0% enlightenment, or 1% enlightenment, or 5% enlightenment, or 55.56 enlightenment, or 67.80 enlightenment, or 99.99 enlightenment. We are all traveling on the path of enlightenment. Why we come here every day? Why we go and meet masters every day? Why we hear mastery from the masters every day? Because we are traveling enlightenment, we have to gather more and more light into ourselves. So, Buddham means enlightenment. How should we speak? How should we write? How should we interact with persons? How should we sleep? How should we eat? What should we eat? What should we see? What should we think? What to read? What not to read? All this constitutes enlightenment. So we seek every given moment to be a better writer, to be a better reader, to be a better speaker, to be a better community person, social person, everything. That is called as Buddham Sharanam Gacchami. We seek enlightenment. You cannot get enlightenment until you know what is life after death. There are two types of enlightenments. One which does not concern life after death, and one that concerns life after death. There are two types of enlightenments. Without taking any consideration of what happens life after death, what is the soul, what is reincarnation, without all these things, there is a basic enlightenment, what to speak, what not to speak. Basic courtesy between human beings, basic politeness between human beings, and compassion towards animal kind. So there are two types of enlightenment, my dear friend. Buddham Sharanam Gacchami means it includes both the types of enlightenment. Basic, rustic, common sense in the material world, and also the spiritual wisdom. Buddhi means two things: material wisdom and spiritual wisdom. Supposing you throw so much rice, you eat, half of it you throw in the plate, then that is not material wisdom. You are stupid. You cannot. You must take only that much which is required for you and eat the whole thing. The plate should be clean. And there should be no dirt anywhere. You should not throw dirt anywhere. Waste things. This is all material wisdom. Buddhi concerns material wisdom and spiritual wisdom. Don't you have buddhi? ఏంద్రా బుద్ధి లేదురా నీకు? क्या हो रहा है आपको? So buddhi means it's a tremendous word. A buddhi is the quintessence of enlightenment. Buddhi is equal to material wisdom plus spiritual wisdom. This is the equation you should learn. So Buddham means Buddham, the word Buddham comes from the word buddhi. What is buddhi? If you are talking more, when I give a mic to somebody, if they talk more, 1 word, 2 words, I get jitters here. They are not supposed to talk. Just because I have given you a mic, what are you going to talk? You should keep in mind 100,000 factors before you open your mouth in front of a mic, which people hardly do, because they don't have buddhi. They don't know how much to speak. They just want to blah, 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 because they got a mic and an audience. No way. So, whenever somebody speaks, then I see the buddhi parameter. इसके पास कितना बुद्धि है? Very difficult to open your mouth unless you are having a perfect Buddhahood. You cannot open your mouth perfectly. Impossible. Nobody can do it. Buddhi is rustic common sense. Buddhi is rustic spiritual sense. So when we say Buddham Sharanam Gacchami, we seek that enlightenment which is pure material enlightenment, and we also seek that enlightenment which is pure spiritual enlightenment. If you cannot know what is life after death, you can never know what is life before death. Prima facie ruled out, by and large. Gautama Buddha, before his enlightenment, was enlightened. After his enlightenment, he became more enlightened. Before his enlightenment, he never did anything wrong, never spoke anything wrong, never thought anything wrong. Every thought, word and deed of him before his enlightenment, before his meditation, were perfect. So, he was enlightened, highly enlightened before his enlightenment. And after his enlightenment, he became more enlightened. When we say Buddham Sharanam Gacchami, we speak about those enlightenments which are before enlightenment and those enlightenments which are after enlightenment. Enlightenment is a grand vista. If you are eating fish, goat, are you enlightened? If the husband is raping his wife, is he enlightened? No way. So this is all enlightenment before enlightenment. Before knowing life after, there is so much enlightenment required by everybody. Where there is enlightenment, there is health and happiness and plentiness and abundance. Where there is no enlightenment, neither there is health, nor peace, nor fulfillment, nor contentment, nor anything. Lot of enlightenment is required before enlightenment, and lot of enlightenment is required after enlightenment. I know about life or death. Okay, I am soul. I am not the body. I am not these molecules. I am not these limbs, kidneys and heart. And okay, I know that I am Atma. I know that Mamatma Sarva Bhutatma. After that also you require a lot of enlightenment. You must know what is the astral body. You must know what is the causal body. You must know what is the supracausal body. You must know the whole circle of reincarnation and karma. So many things are there for you to learn. Please remember this point. Lot of enlightenment is required before your enlightenment, and lot of enlightenment is required after your enlightenment. Fortunately, because of my own past karma, I know everything about enlightenment before enlightenment and everything about enlightenment after enlightenment. That's what I know. That's why I am able to guide each and every person every given instant. Either in the department of enlightenment, or in the department of enlightenment before enlightenment, or in the department of enlightenment after enlightenment. So, see the word enlightenment, see the word Buddham, how vast it is. And we are students of enlightenment. Like students of music, like students of cricket, like students of baseball. We are students of enlightenment. So, Buddham Sharanam Gacchami is we seek enlightenment before enlightenment. We seek enlightenment after enlightenment. When you vacate your body, you are not suddenly more enlightened than when you are in the body. Only the garment is removed. You are as it is, with the same enlightenment. Just because you go into the astral world, you don't become more enlightened. The garments, the bodies, doesn't matter in enlightenment. This fact, if you can understand, if you do understand, that there's so much enlightenment is required before enlightenment. Without any concern about life after death, any soul, any reincarnation, without calculating any of these things, lot of enlightenment is required. In human relations, in human animal relations, in human plant relations. And enlightenment means human astral relations, human causal relations, causal world relations. There is one government all over the creation. There are no two governments. And that government is no government at all. Nobody governs others. No enlightened man governs other people. Every enlightened man governs himself, that's all. And there is rule and order and magnificence throughout creation, without any governance. You must read a hell of a lot to become more and more and more and more enlightened. You must do a lot of meditation to become more and more enlightened. You must do a lot of service to become more and more enlightened. You must do a lot of sajjana sangatya to become more and more enlightened. It's an ongoing process. It's a wonderful process. What is Buddha Dharmam? When you are enlightened, there is a Dharmam. Before your enlightenment, there is another Dharmam. After your enlightenment, there is another Dharmam. What is Buddha Dharmam? What is the Dharma of a Buddha? What is Buddha Dharmam? The Dharma of a Buddha. The Dharma of a non-Buddha is different. The Dharma of a Buddha is different. The Dharma of a non-enlightened person is different. The Dharma of an enlightened person is different. What is the Buddha Dharma? What is the Kartavya of a Buddha? The Kartavya of a Buddha, the Dharma of a Buddha is to help another person become a Buddha. That is the Buddha Dharma. Now you live for others. Now you take care of others. Now you are always lending a helping hand to others. That is the Buddha Dharma. So first you seek enlightenment, then you seek the Dharma of the enlightened person, then Buddha Sangham Sharanam Gacchami. Now this great gathering here is a great Buddha Sangha. This is a Sangha of all Buddhas. This is a Sangha of all those people who are desperately interested in enlightenment. who can't live without enlightenment. Like a fish cannot live without water, a Buddha cannot live without this Buddha Sangha. The society, a community of enlightened beings is called a Buddha Sangha. There is the first Buddham, then there is Buddha Dharmam, action of the Buddha, then there is the Buddha Sangam. Pyramid spiritual societies movement is the grandest possible Buddha Sangha on this earth, right now, or anywhere in the creation. The more you do meditation, you will understand this point. The more you read books, you will understand this point, that the pyramid spiritual society movement is the greatest Buddha Sangha. Now in the creation, we are so very great. We are so very wonderful persons. That's why we want to come back here again and again and again. We want to seek the company of Buddhas. And we are always in the Buddha Dharma. Whoever comes with a little less enlightenment than us, then we say, "Hi guy, come here. Now you have to fine tune here. You have to read this book. You have to do this meditation. Go to that person and learn something from that person. Go to this person and learn something from them." So we guide. That is the Buddha Dharma. We seek enlightenment within ourselves, then we seek the Buddha Dharma, the action, the kartavya, the dharma of the Buddha. Then we seek the company of Buddhas. When one Buddha is there, there is great celebration. There are two Buddhas are there, greater celebration. Then so many Buddhas are together here. What a great celebration it is. There are degrees of enlightenment. There are degrees of buddhi. There are degrees of Buddhahood. Good, better, best. Whenever two persons meet, two Buddhas meet, either they keep quiet or they discuss only enlightenment. If anything else comes in, then you have to become a little more enlightened. Buddhi is about quality in thinking, quality in eating, quality in speaking, quality in writing, quality in thinking. Enlightenment in thinking, enlightenment in eating, enlightenment in speaking, enlightenment in writing, enlightenment in shaking hands, in embracing. Only one enlightened person can understand another enlightened person. Sanjay King is playing so much, or Ganesh is playing so much. What can you understand what they are playing? You need to be a great musician to understand what they are playing. Similarly, less enlightened people cannot understand more enlightened people. It's prima facie ruled out. They can enjoy their company, but they cannot understand them. You can enjoy the music, but you cannot understand the music. To understand the music, lot of effort is required to understand, to practice, to learn the science and art and science of music. Similarly, to be able to enjoy another enlightened person, you need a lot of enlightenment. Otherwise, you cannot understand any enlightened person. The more enlightened persons can understand the less enlightened person, but the less enlightened person cannot understand the more enlightened person. He thinks something is wrong, strange with this fellow. Either wrong or strange. Or, I can't understand this fellow. Maybe he's right, maybe he's wrong, I don't know. When you understand, when you gather more enlightenment within yourself, then you will understand. These 7 days, we are living here in the Buddha Sangha, where everybody is a Buddha here. Remember that point. So, you have to learn, talk to each and every person to gather some light from that person. That is the purpose of these 7 days. Congregation of Buddhas. The more your enlightenment, the more your enjoyment of life, the more the celebration in life, the more the oneness in life. All personal problems vanish when you are enlightened. People come for clearing their personal problems, but they should not come to clear their personal problems. They must come here to have more enlightenment. In that scheme of more enlightenment, your personal problems will be automatically solved, whatever it is. Don't concentrate on personal problems. Concentrate on seeking enlightenment, more and more light, understanding things. When Gandhiji said, Sabko Sanmati De Bhagwan, what is that Sanmati? That is Buddhi, that is Buddham, that is enlightenment. The word Sanmati, Sabko, Sabko, किसी एक को नहीं, सबको. दे भगवान, परंतु कोई भगवान ऊपर से देने वाला नहीं है. हमें अपने आप को सुशिक्षित बनना ही है. We have to seek training in enlightenment. कोई भी देता नहीं. If you don't seek, nobody is going to give you. If you seek, everybody is going to give you. It is the seeking that is important. That seeking is called as Sharanam Gacchami. Buddham Sharanam Gacchami. I seek enlightenment. I seek Sanmati. I don't want Sanmati. I want only Rupaya. I don't want Sanmati. I want only good husband. I don't want Sanmati. I want obedient wife. I don't want Sanmati. I want only my child. I don't want Sanmati. I want a big building. I don't want Sanmati. I want to become MLA. I don't want Sanmati. What you should seek is Sanmati. Sabko Sanmati De Bhagwan. What is Sanmati? Sanmati is nothing but Buddham. The word Sanmati, the word Buddham, the word enlightenment are equivalent words. सबको सन्मति दे भगवान. देने वाला भगवान. आप स्वयं भगवान हैं. आप तो लेने वाले भगवान हैं, पाने वाले भगवान हैं. कोई देने वाला भगवान नहीं. लेने वाला भगवान है, पाने वाला भगवान है. शरण लेने वाला भगवान है, शरण देने वाला भगवान नहीं है. Nobody is there to give you any refuge. No person. Sanjay Kingi cannot give music to anybody. How can Vardhaman Mahavir give enlightenment to anybody? Nobody can give music to anybody. स्वामी जी थोड़ा म्यूजिक दीजिए. हमारे स्वामी जी को दीजिए ना. संजय किंगी जी, give music to him. स्वामी जी So, दे भगवान, कोई दे भगवान नहीं है. So, that correction we need to make in that song. But the song is very nice. So, we'll
Atlanta, Georgia. I have been practicing meditation from 2010. Meditation and reading books is my hobby. I love reading books and I love sharing what I learned from the books. And I'm so thankful to this PMC for giving such a wonderful opportunity to share what I have learned. So this year I came across a beautiful book called the Ringing Cedar series of Anastasia. So Anastasia, she lives in Russia and she lives in a jungle. So how did I come to know this book is from Patri sir. So Patri sir came to USA last year 2019 and then somebody gifted him that book and he read that book and in somewhere in the program he started sharing about that book and I got so attracted to that book to know more about Anastasia, to more about her lifestyle, how she is living in jungle and what is the motto that she can live in the jungle and whatnot, right? And I had many questions like how can a person live in a jungle with like all the things what we need to live our day-to-day life. So that attracted me, and also he shared that she is very much interested in the garden and plants and flowers and trees and herbs. Then I thought, okay, maybe it is a good book to read for me to understand more about nature. So, but the book is completely different, my dear friends. It changed the way I am looking at the things, and it changed my perspective towards nature, and I came to know many, many, many beautiful things with this book, and I would love to share a few things from this book. So, Anastasia is a great grandmaster, I would say. She lives in a jungle. Patri sir also called her Lady Tarjan. She lives in a jungle with the nature, with the animals. She lives very happy life. So Waldemar Magre is a businessman. He happened to goes to Obi River and he meets Anastasia there on a business trip. So his business trip turns into such a wonderful and mystical experience for him. He did not expect that he's going to write a book, and he did not expect that his life is going to turn that way. He's completely businessman. He's always thinking about like money, power, and social and politics and whatnot, right? And whereas he meets this lady called Anastasia, she is completely opposite of what his ideology. She is completely natural, living with animals, living in the jungle. She's eating only the things what the forest gives to her. So I want to say that, he just meet Anastasia for 3 days on a business trip. As I said, like he want the cedar tree where he can get the cedar tree so he can sell the cedar trunks, cedar bark and cedar tree nuts and oil. So he goes to jungle to find the cedar tree. That's where he finds Anastasia. So he lives with Anastasia for 3 days in the jungle. When he saw the Anastasia for the first time, she takes him to the jungle to show where the cedar trees. So she was walking in the jungle as if she knows each and every corner of the jungle. She was dancing, she was singing, she was walking. As she was walking, all the animals are coming. As she was humming, animals are like, dancing. Things are happening in a beautiful way. So he thought this lady is crazy. She is very young, she's very beautiful, very charming. And he thought, okay, very crazily things are happening. So then he feel like to go close to her to just admire her, stay close to her. The moment he approaches very close to her while walking in the jungle, suddenly he freezes. And after 10 minutes, he come into the senses and he realized that, something happened to me, and realizes that, okay, so this lady is something mystical about this lady. She very crazy. Some crazy things are happening. He has no idea about all these mystical experiences. He has no idea about spirituality. He has no idea about nature, nothing. So his journey started this way, friends. He goes to jungle and he stays with Anastasia. So the evening passes and she shows the tree, cedar tree, how cedar tree is going to heal people, how the cedar tree is going to help entire world. Its oil, its bark, yeah, it's branches, wood, everything. People wear in the town. People wear that cedar wood pendants so that they can connected with the universe. And what she says is like the cedar tree has all the information of the universe. It has all the information. Whoever is consuming cedar products, they will be instilled with that universal information. And that's why in the town everybody wears that cedar pendants and they use cedar oil and all. So then the night passes, and he says, Anastasia explains him that I live in this yaga, I will live in this jungle, and this is my house, and this is where I sleep and all. He goes crazy, there is no bed, there is no chairs, no nothing, it's not like a house at all. It is just a tree and a bunch of flowers and herbs and leaves. That's it. So then she says that I will arrange a bed for you and you sleep tonight here, and then tomorrow we will talk more about other things. He says, okay, let me sleep. And then they both sleep in the night, and they have so after sleeping a night, next day morning when he wakes up, so night he feels okay, at least she arranged me some cushiony bed. I don't know what material it is that, but it is a cushiony bed. Okay, so he sleeps very nicely. So in the morning when he wake up, he feels that that is the best sleep he ever had from long time. He feels so refreshed, he feels so energized after getting up. And then slowly he's coming into senses, and he notices a big bear right in front of him. So entire night he was sleeping on the bear. So Anastasia arranges a bed, bear bed. So that's how she sleeps with the bears, so that it can make her warm and cozy. Valdemar freaks out. How come I can sleep on the bear and what is happening here? He was very confused. But slowly Anastasia explains that animals are our friends. We live with animals, we live with nature, and they are not going to harm anything. They are all our friends and all. So then she displays that a wolf is walking towards her. She's very friendly. Bear is taking care of her. Eagles are taking care of her. Everything, when she put a whistle, things are happening. And when she wanted when she want food, she does different sounds, and the squirrels are bringing food for her. They are treating like a queen. They are treating her like a queen, and they are taking care of Anastasia very well, and Anastasia is taking care of animals very well. And then she explains Valdemar in that 3 days about everything, my dear friends, everything. She lives in jungle, but she knows in and out about the lifestyle, about our civilization, and how we are suffering, how we are polluting air, how we are cutting the trees, how we are spoiling our lives. And we think that we are living in a super technology world and super civilized, very advanced version. But she says that we are entirely living in toxic environment. That is absolutely true. So then he was he was wondering how did you know this information and all. But she is a very mystical being, and she is connected with the universe, and she knows all the information about herself, about information about herself, about people around the world, like how people are living, and what they should do, what they should not do, all the things she was talking to Valdemar. And then she requested him to write a book. I will give you a knowledge, you write a book. Then he suggests that why don't you come to city so that you can inspire people. So she says that it is not my job. It is not my job to come to city to inspire people. That is why you are here. It's a universal plan. You write a book. He says that I'm not a writer. I never read any book. I never wrote anything. I won't be a writer. So she says, no, you don't say that. Just you put it, and the words will do the magic. You just arrange the words. Whatever I am saying, you just arrange the words, and things will happen. And this way, this will be a great contribution to our. And then she talks about many great things, my dear friends. Especially she's a nature lover, and she always loves to help people around her with plants, with flowers, with gardening. Many of you know that, she told how we plant the seeds. So we just put a seed and we plant it, we put water and it comes, right? But the method what she shared was very interesting. Generally, what she says is, take seeds, whatever plants you wanted to plant, take the seeds and put under your tongue for 9 minutes. Let the seeds soak in your saliva. That way your DNA is connected with the seeds, and the first water it is getting from your DNA. And then take the seeds on your palm and breathe for 5 seconds or 10 seconds on that seed. And then take the seed with the barefoot, go and plant the seed. That's what she says. And do not water for 1 day. And next day you can start putting water. What an amazing thing, right? Have we ever thought, we can start seeding with our saliva, with our DNA. So what she says is, when a person plants a seed with his saliva or her saliva, it captures all the information about oneself. If I am planting, it knows about myself and it knows about my body. If we have any diseases in the body, it knows, and it gives exactly the nutrients, the things, whatever you needed for your body to heal. The flowers and the plants will give you exactly the same things. That's what she says. If you are planting a cucumber, the cucumber contains all the good things what you needed for your healthy living. She shares this, and in her town everybody does this one, and she go and take care of many gardens in the town, and she helps many farmers, she helps many people to create their own gardens, create their own domains. She's mostly interested in nature, friends. So she always encourages every person to have their own garden, every person to have their own vegetable garden, flower garden, trees and plants, and one must live in their own garden. That's what she mentions in that book. So from the book 1, she shares all the information with Valdemar. What not only human beings, right? How we came and how did we become like this, and what is the reason for our destruction in the society, and how society is driving us crazy, how we are becoming sick more often, the reasons and all. She talks about these things in a very brief way, my dear friends. So Valdemar gets very excited and at the same time very amazed, like how does she know all this information? Even a great scholar, even a great scientist would not figure it out, like the way she was solving the problems, the way she was thinking. So in the beginning he was talking sarcastically. So do you mean you know everything? Our people are much smarter than you. They are studying, they are doing lot of research, they are doing lot of development projects to solve the problems. And then she goes and shares that they are the one who created the problem and they are trying to find the solution. It is not possible, and the way they are thinking is it's not right. That's what she says. So okay, give me some example. How do we solve the problem for pollution? That's what he says in a sarcastic way, so that he can tease her. But she comes out with the solution how to build a car with a special engine, where the engine takes carbon dioxide and converts into a good fuel and it in the air. So she designs the very beautiful car model. In a way, she explains that how a person should build a car so that our atmosphere will not get polluted. And he goes crazy with that idea. How come within few minutes, how come she can come up with this great plan where man would never thought of doing this way? And from there he gets fascinated, and he knows that this lady has a greater information to share and I need to listen. And so she shared many things, like how to solve the pollution problems, how to solve the money problem, how to solve the health problems, how to solve the relation problems, live with the nature, and all those things she shares in the first book. The first book is basically she shares the information about a human being should live this way and that way. A human being should live in a very natural way, and what one need to take care, and how they should live, how they should be very close with the nature, and how they should produce their own fruits and vegetables. She talks about it. And then in the second book, Ringing Cedar, the Ringing Cedar of Russia, in the second book, she will share about her childhood. So basically, Anastasia, she lived in a jungle because her mother and father passed away when she was only 3 years old. So when she was only 3 years old, her father passed away, and her grandfather and great grandfather, they were the only people left for Anastasia. So when they were buried their parents in the jungle, so they decided to leave that girl in the jungle, knowing that knowing that nature will take care of her. So she lived there. One explanation, how she was getting protected is with nature. So all of a sudden, from the nature spirits, a great big blue light comes to her, and it surrounds Anastasia when she was 3 years old, and she can easily communicate with that light, and the light can communicate with her, because Anastasia, by born, she's a great master. That's why she knows the communication, how to do it and all. And she lived in the jungle, and the blue light was there with her all the time. It will be there all the time. So I remember, when Valdemar went closer to Anastasia, he got fainted out, right, because of this blue light. So the blue light protects her so much that nothing, it will make sure that nothing will touch Anastasia, no harm will come to Anastasia. So that's how the nature is protecting her. And her teachers, her friends are animals. If she wants to see a bigger view of the jungle, and a eagle grabs her and make a round in the air and drops her there. And bear, she just nurtures her like a mother. She will take care of the bear will take care of the Anastasia's needs, sleeping, cuddling, spending time, and getting the honey for her, getting many things, bringing her family to play with her and all. And the fox, whatnot, right? Everybody is communicating with Anastasia. And when they were sharing about her childhood, it was an amazing thing, right? We never thought child can live in a jungle without any adult supervision, because the nature is taking care of so well. She does not need anyone, and in fact, she was learning faster than anyone else. And she explains that whatever knowledge you want from the universe, you take any Vedas, you take any scriptures, you take anything, everything is in the tree alignments in the jungle. If you see any alignment, that means it is like a story for her. It is like a scripture for her. That's what she says. She knows about Buddha, she knows about Krishna, she knows about everyone. It is so surprising, and in and out history, all the things she knows, in and out history. The one thing I learned from this book is she's very much passionate about nature. And she explained to Valdemar what is the purpose we are here as a human being. How did we even come to this planet Earth, right? So then she says that our creator created a man with a very inspiring, with a great inspiration. From that inspiration, he created a man, and he gave, the creator has given everything to us, everything. So we are not just normal and simple human beings, but we are co-creators, we are gods, and we have all the abilities. And we lost those abilities because taking wrong belief systems in our life. Our thinking pattern got messed up, and the speed of thinking got low down, and we are not trusting ourselves. We are moving away from love. That is the reason we are in big chaotic world. That's what she mentions in that book. One of the books, she explains that who we are, where did we come from, right? And she explains how man came into this earth, and when man, it was so surprising me. I never read this one, but in this book I read, like when first man came, everything came with him, like all the plants, flowers, trees, everything was there. Okay, so it took so whatever man can think of the name flowers, there were so many animals, there were so many plants, trees, right? So man's job was like just to look at the tree, look at the flower, look at the animal, find a purpose for that animal or find a purpose for that flower and give the name and just to move on. So if a man is not finding a purpose about that flower or plant or animal, they are disappearing. So look at the power of man. So everything happened just to good pleasure to man. So the first man, he spent 140 years to just to see the creation, to just to see like the plants, like it took for 140 years for him to look all the plants and trees and animals and name them and find their purpose all. And then after that, suddenly at one point he becomes stagnant, and then creator created another woman. Creator created a female, and from that man and female, so new creation comes, right? So man is he wants to progress, so that's the reason that happened. She explains to him. So when first man meets this woman, and then they have friendship together, and then they get along very well, and then the lady becomes pregnant, and they were just going with the flow, enjoying the flowers, enjoying the trees, and enjoying the both of them enjoying. So she delivers a baby, and then after seeing that baby, this man feels so much joy. Man and woman, both of them, their joy is like boundless joy, seeing their creation. So what I mean to say is, creation is the best joy that can a human being gets a great joy from his creation. That's what she mentions. And everything what we create is like it is creating a joyful moment for us, and we are co-creators. We are here to create more and more beautiful things for ourselves and for others. There is no limit for your thinking, there is no limit for your imaginations, there is no limit for what you create in this universe, right? So that's very interesting to read all the information that way. And she mentions that thoughts, images plays major role than words. So when you think, it will happen. When you think and when you create an image in your mind, that has to happen. Thoughts have so much power, and we are not thinking right. We are thinking poverty, we are thinking this global warming, we are thinking not getting good rains and acid rains and all whatnot, right? So the way we are thinking, we are creating the situations for us. So she insisting us to look around our belief systems, like what we believe, how we think and all. She gives a very good example. Whatever you see now, whatever you see in the world or in front of you, even around you, right? It is all your creation. How you created. If your life is messed up, because that is how you created. If your life is happy and healthy, that is you created. If the things are like joyful or like beauty, that means you created. I just want to give you a small example, friends. So when they were talking in the jungle, Valdemar will not believe that how come you can with the thoughts you can manifest things, right? So then she says, okay, let's set in meditation. I will take you to the thought world, and I will show you how thought works. So they both sit in the meditation, and with their astral body, they go to a thought world. So when they go to thought world, he finds a very big machine. Like from that machine, everything is coming out. All the objects are coming out. So Anastasia shows that whatever you think, it is going to manifest, and you will have it in your hands. So he could not believe that. But after showing all the places, and she was showing other people how they are thinking, how they are imagining about that particular object or situation or anything. And exactly that is how the things are coming from that machine she was showing. And he understood that, wow, okay, whatever we are creating, exactly we are getting the things. So then Anastasia says that, Valdemar, just for try, why don't you think something and we will manifest together. So then he say, oh, he thinks a nice car with a nice color and all, and he imagines himself a very good car and details about it. And Anastasia says that, just think as many details as possible. That is the best way. And she thinks about a car, and after some time, the car comes out. It looks super cool as he expected, like, beautiful color and golden wheels, whatnot, right? But he notices that, that car door is not opening. He notices that, and his wheels does not have rims. He notices that, and inside he sees that, there is no steering, and some missing things are there. So then he says to Anastasia, what is this? It's not a car, it is just like, it looks like a toy, it looks good, but it looks like a toy, it is not going to run. So then Anastasia says that this is what you created. You just gave this many details, and this is how it came out. You should have given more details, and you would get exactly. So that a simple example made him realize so much that, how, if you want to manifest something, how accurate we should be and how clear we should be. And he understood. That is one example from manifestation. And in the co-creation, she says that, we are part of this creation. We are here to create anything and everything. So it is up to you what you want to create for yourself and for coming generations. That's what she mentioned in that book. Another book, she mentions about a few things, like, how thought will play a major role. One can change their poverty to very good position, with a very beautiful story she shares. So I would like to share the story with you all. Two teenage girls, after completing their high school, they were working in a store. Okay, so they were working in a gas station where their job is to sell cigarettes. So a girl named Rosie, she was selling cigarettes, but she does not know the cigarette brands and the cigarette things. So she was doing her work a little slowly. And the line started piling up, and from the back of the line, a guy with a drunk man, he was started yelling at her so much that, how could you be a slow poke and you are not working? If you work like this, your husband is not going to be happy and he's going to leave you and you will not be a good wife, blah, blah, blah. He was like, shouting at her and screaming so much, so many things. So by the time his turn came, her friend was working next door, and she hears like all this yelling and screaming, and she knows that, my friend is in trouble and I want to just go and see her. And then she goes there and she's standing there and looking at the drama. So the guy comes, like whoever is yelling at this girl, and the guy comes and she refused to sell the cigarettes to him. She says that, I'm not going to sell a cigarette to you because the way you are talking is not right. But since customer is our God, the store manager comes that, please lady, sell the cigarette to her, to this man. So she refuses manager to, I'm not selling to him. So then what manager does is, so he buys the cigarettes from her. Can you please sell me the cigarettes? So then he buys the cigarettes from her, and then he gives the cigarettes to the person, and then they both leave. And the whole drama her friend was watching. Her name is Natasha. So Natasha says that, enough. We have lived this life enough. Now I want to become a wife of a very rich Englishman. That's what she says. English lord, she says. And this Rosie says that, what are you talking? We live in a small town, and you are saying that, we find a very rich man and we will marry him. Is it possible? Then Rosie knows that, once Natasha decided, nobody's going to stop. So what these girls did is, like, they quit their job, like, simple, like whatever payment they are getting, they quit the job. They started figuring out how a rich man's wife behaves, right? What she wears, what she eats, how she dresses up, and how she sits and all. So they went to library and they borrowed a couple of books, and they started reading about all the English people's lifestyle. So their everyday work is like this. They were talking about the things and they started living that way. So they are wearing nice clothes. So they are just acting like as if they are from very rich family, and their way of walking changed, way of talking changed, the way of eating changed. So and no job, nothing, and they are just enjoying the life. And then Natasha says that, okay, now we are ready. Now we can be a rich wife for a English lord, but staying in this town, we are not going to find any rich man here or rich person here. Okay, let us go to some tour to find a man. So these two girls, so they book a tour in nearby town, and they go to the tour. And ever since they go to the tour, Natasha's eyes are on the man, for a perfect man where she wants to get married. It's been 10 days, she will not find anyone. Last day, so during the checkout, she talks to Rosie. Rosie, she says, do not feel bad, it's okay. But Natasha says, I know that I am going to find a man here. I know that I am going to find a man. So the time and the moment they say that, all their co-travelers hears about this crazy girl, this girl's crazy idea, and they laughs at her. Okay, you just got ready like a rich and walking like a rich, talking like a rich. Are you going to attract a new man? No, it is not going to happen. They laugh at her. And then she never gives her hope away. So check out. As soon as she was checking out, a guy was walking with his suit and nice briefcase in his hand. He was going to the meeting. So Natasha just runs to that guy and stops. Okay, hey man, I really love you. Will you marry me? I want to be your wife and I will take care of you very beautifully. We will have beautiful children and I will be a perfect wife for you. That man gets super shocked, all of a sudden a beautiful girl came, and she is asking him to marry her, and she's talking about her future. He got so confused what to do. He could not understand. And then he says that, hey lady, I have to go to meeting. It is very important meeting. I have to go. Please forgive me. So then she says, no, I am leaving my town today. Please think about it. So he says that, okay, just leave me alone. I will think about it. And then Rosie and Natasha, they just get into the bus, and the bus goes to airport. Going by bus, Natasha's eyes were on outside of the window, looking for this man who would come and accept me as wife. Her eyes were on the road all the time. And the airport came, and they just got down. And to her surprise, like when she gets down, the same man was there in front of her with beautiful roses. Beautiful roses. Everybody gets shocked in the bus, including her friend. Okay, how come this guy is here? What made him to come here to meet Natasha? That's what they notice. After that, he comes and he hugs her. Okay, how fool I am to leave you. You came and you found me, and you assured me that you are going to be a beautiful wife and good wife. How could I leave you? I'm so stupid that I let you go. So they both hug each other, and they are ready to marry, and they just get married. And so this story was narrated by Rosie to Valdemar, in one of the book clubs. So Valdemar asked, oh, okay, so Natasha got married to Englishman. Then what about you? He says. Okay, so the person next to me, who is holding a fancy basket, fancy basket, is my husband. So he looks rich too. So how did you find him? He asks. So when the guy came with the roses for Natasha, when they were hugging each other, the roses fell on the floor. So when the roses fell on the floor, Rosie was picking up the roses and During that time, a guy also comes and help Rosie to pick up the roses, and that guy becomes her husband, and he's also from a very good rich society. So this good example gave him a very clear idea that if a man, if he wants to change his situation, do not wait for the situation to come in the future and change the attitude, right? So great lesson. So the girls, they started living the future now. So they did not wait that I will act as a rich man's wife after I get married. They started doing their homework. They started living the way they wanted to live in the future. So that gave him a very good clarity. If you want to be a healthy, if you want to be a rich, if you want to be a happy, if you want to manifest anything, right? So you have to live as if it is already happening to you. So that is the secret. So like attracts, like the way you are changing inside, the outside will change and you will attract the things. And that's a great learning for Valdemar, and he wrote this beautiful story in this book too. And Anastasia is more about, like, she's from Vedic civilization, group, I would say. So she explains a lot about, like, how the culture in Vedic civilization, how people lived there, how people used to get married, how people were, like, creating their own gardens and living happily. She explains many things in this book. So I would like to share few things here. And her only motto, her one of the main motto is everybody should live in their own domain, in their family domain. She's telling her readers just to go and get 2 acres of land. You build your home, you build your garden, you build your vegetables, you live in that your own space, and you will see the benefits, and you are the happiest person. She's like encouraging everybody to do that. So what she was how people lived in Vedic culture, Vedic civilization, healthy. People were not at all sick. They do not even know that what is sickness, even when they were, like, 120, 140 years. Completely sick free. Every person's thought was so pure. Like, even if a person is thinking a very little low about other person, our entire town will come to know. There is change in vibration, there is change in the air. So that is how sensitive they are. And so much love for people, so much love for nature, so much love for creation, and always in a very happy, very joyful, very celebrative mode. They were creating best for themselves and other. I wanted to share a story what she shared, like in that book, how they were living and how they created this beautiful family domains for themselves. So people created their own domains, and how people are creating, I just want to share that story what she shared. So in the Vedic culture, in the, like, just like a fairy tale, when I was reading, I was totally involved in this story. So a girl, a boy who yet get to marry, they meet in the some kind of carnivals and all. So they look at each other and they decide, okay, you will be a best husband for me, or you will be a best wife for me. So they decides, they inform in their houses that, okay, I want to marry this guy, or I want to marry this girl. So from there the creation will start. So today's generation, we just talk over the phone, talk to each other, and chatting, email, whatnot, right? So their creation was totally different. So as soon as they decide, okay, I want to be your future wife, or I want to be your future husband, they would find a beautiful land for themselves to live after wedding. So they find a land. Every day they go and see places together. Their work is like, how do we create beautiful world for ourselves in the future. So they go and find the lands, they see the lands. So once they find the land, every day they would go and they sit in the land, meditate. Every day they meditate to create a beautiful vibrations around that that area. And after meditation, they just imagine how their future gardens will manifest, how their future house will look like, how their future vegetable garden look like, flower garden look like, how they want to see their surroundings. They just put some thoughts, they create mind movies, both sit together, meditate and create mind movies. This is their activity for months. So they take the paper and they draw, like, where the house should be, where the garden should be, how we should build the fences, what kind of animals we are going to bring with us to live with us. So they all think about it. And once they have the best plan, once they decided, okay, our plan is good enough and our thoughts are good enough, and once they feel the vibrations are high because every day they are meditating, so now they decide to get married. So the beauty is, like, the girl and boy, they just go to the neighborhood to invite neighbors personally. We are, like, acquiring this land, we will be living in this land and we are getting married, please come. So they go invite the people around them. They invite everybody, like, neighbors, relatives, to their wedding. So the wedding also happens in the same land. So on the wedding day, everybody comes. How they come? What kind of gifts they will bring, right? They will bring seeds, they will bring plants, they will bring animals. Neighbors, friends, relatives, they bring the best of what they have. No, not if I have to give something, I have to give. No, they just take the best, whatever the best they have, they just take it to the wedding places. So on the wedding day, a boy and a girl, they stand and they share their thoughts. They share about their future ideas, like they share how they are going to live in that place, how they are going to create a beautiful place for themselves. They will share everything, and they put it on a board. They show that, this is where we are going. I mean, it's a plain land, so this is where we are going to build a house. This is where we are going to put flowers, trees, bushes, pond, whatnot, right? So they just give every planning. So as soon as they're done with the planning, so now all the relatives and friends, whatever the seeds they have taken, like, whatever the plants they got, along with the bride and groom, they walk in the garden, walk in the land. They also plant with them. Such a beautiful activity, right? Your friends and neighbors all together, you are planting. They came to your wedding and they're planting trees, they're putting seeds, and they're doing the work in the yard and everything, like, they were doing beautiful things. And some people, they bring animals, some people they bring beautiful woodworks, whatnot, for their future home. After the excursion is done, they get married, and in their vows are like, I will be your wife, and together we will create a beautiful life for ourselves and for this earth. We will be a part of this great co-creation. That's what their vows are. So after wedding, now boy and a girl, they both go to their places. Boy goes to his place and girls goes to her place. And then next day, they both would come, and all the neighbors will come and help them to build the house for themselves. So carpenter comes, and many other guys comes, and they build a small house for the persons to live, and they live in the house, and they create a beautiful garden, and so whatnot, right? Their life started from there, and they are, like, taking care of the plants, they are taking care of the things, and they are living so happily. No diseases, nothing, because what Anastasia says, that when we are planting anything, when we are eating the fruits and vegetables what we have raised, it will give us lot of healing, it will give us lot of great things what we need. And not only that, but it protects from the negative energies. I mean, it was so surprising to hear that the trees around us not only protecting the environment, but protecting us from the negative forces. it was eye-opening for me. I heard plants heals, plant give a lot of nutritions and take carbon dioxide and gives oxygen. But this is new, right? It is any troubles, if a person thinking bad about you, or if you have to face any difficult situation, if the forces are coming, the trees will stop, the plants and the flowers, the small flowers, right, they will stop, they will just not let the forces influence you. So that is what I learned, friends. So much power in our so much power in the plants around us. We always treat them as just plants, right? But they are much more than that. And she also shared that having our own garden, so our conscious will work in a best way. And she also shares that we have all the seasons, seasonal fruits, seasonal vegetables. If we are going by seasons, as the seasons are changing, we are changing. As we are changing, we are taking the foods only necessary for that season. And that's why people are living so happily, so healthy for even longer times. So she encourages everybody to have their own domain. So own domains will solve many problems, she says, right? So then Valdemar asks, how then people, what is the fun? People will not make money, they will just live like that. Then Anastasia says that why not, when you have a beautiful garden, she gives many examples that, many people are raising fruits and vegetables and fruits and vegetables and many herbs in their own domain. It is so sufficient for them. Now they are exporting to other countries too, and they are making very good money with that. Not to make money, their purpose is not to make money, but it is already there, and the demand is there, right? It is completely organic and completely very healthy fruits and vegetables, and people would love to buy with any amount. And they are living their happy life without any sickness or without any troubles. They are just living the life to the fullest as they supposed to. So she encourages everybody to have their own family domain, so that we can live our life in a very happier way. Once you start living in your own domain, our thoughts will change completely. We start taking care of the plants, we start taking care of the animals, and a lot of love and compassion towards animals and toward plants, and automatically you will feel so joyful, you will feel so purposeful and meaningful, and there is no such a desire to go and prove yourself somewhere, right? So you are doing what you are doing, and that gives you immense joys. That's what she encourages everybody to have their own domain, so that they can live very happy and healthy life. Happy and healthy life, in a sense, they will come back to their own self. The moment we start living with nature, what it does is we will come back to our own nature. Whatever we are saying that mystical experiences, or connecting with the universes, seeing the master, seeing the things, that will happen naturally. Today we lost the touch, we lost touch with ourselves. Today we lost touch with other galaxies or other beings, right? When we are living in nature, we get back to the original self, real self, that our thoughts will become so purer. Only we carry love and compassion for ourselves and nature and animals and human beings, and our thinking will be very faster because of so many bad food habits, bad living habits, thinkings and whatnot, right? Toxic, because of so many toxins, our thinking pattern got messed up, and we become very slow thinker. Imagine, friends, if you give any problem to a group of people, so a person can solve the same problem in 10 minutes, other person can solve the problem in 5 minutes, 3 minutes, 20 minutes. Why is that difference? When we are all one, why the difference in thinking, right? Why the difference in speed of thinking? Our speed of thinking has gone down so much. So by living in the nature, living with nature, planting the trees, taking care of them, will bring us the thinking ability, speed of thinking. When you are doing something, you can think what happens next, what are the consequences you are going to create. You can think that fast, and you will have a choice to proceed with your manifestation, proceed with your thinking or not, right? So speed of thinking is very important. That's what she says. And thinking with the clarity, with the images, with a vision, clear vision. So we have to think only when we wanted to think. Rest of the time we are living, we completely present moment. So the main thing what she says is living in the present. Now is the time, and living in the nature. So these are two combination, friends. So when we live with the nature, we always live in the present moment. So we are in the present moment, means that we are with our own nature, and we are connected with nature. So she encourages everybody to think again what you are doing, think again what you can create best for yourself and future generations. And yes, we can revert many things what we have created in the universe, in the for Mother Earth, right? With this change, we can bring back the harmony to our lives. That's what she mentions in the book. And absolutely right. I get a lot of I get connected with her so many things and learn many things. So this is just from one or two books I am giving the knowledge what she shared, and she has given tremendous knowledge about many other things, how the culture formed, or how our thought patterns got worse, to why we have to create God, why we became slaves of our thinking, why we became slaves of our own acts. Many things she shared, and how one can solve their problems, how we can come out of these situations, and what is the best way of healing. How do we take care of our kids? How do we take care of our elders? How do we live in the living with living in relationships, and how we have to work towards us to realize who we are and all. She explained a beautiful way in many books. So just want to share one more thing, and the rest of the things we can cover in the other session. So I just want to give you one beautiful thing. What she thought is, I wish I would know this when my kids were young. We always often buy toys to our kids, right? This toy, that toy, so that they can play, they will enjoy, they will learn many things. But what Anastasia said, that you have to encourage your kids to play with the toys that creator created. But what you are giving your kids is the man, the selfish man, the not highly thinking man. Whatever he created, you are giving his creation to your kids, and look at your kids and how they will become. So that made me think so much. What she's saying is that let your kids go out and play in the nature, play in the grass, play with the animals, be in the moment, and just be an observer, be an observer of touching the wall, or standing on the ground, and rolling, whatnot, right? Just whenever a kid is playing, be conscious, is it playing with the toys that creator created, or just a man who wants to make money, who he created. So whatever toys you give, it is going to change their life, and it is so important who created that toys for kids. So it made me realize that I should have known this before better, but I thought I would share with you all. So whenever you buy toy, whenever you force your kid to have this toy, or just engage them with a toy, just think about it, my dear friends, what kind of kids they will become after they become they become like adult, right? So yes, friends, so being said, this is from book 1 and 2, and there are many other books in her series. She talks about many great things. I would encourage everybody to read the books, friends. Whatever I explained is only, I can say, 0.23%, that's it. The rest is all, the rest of the essence in the book. I hope you all have like order book, or like, find PDF to start reading books. And trust me, you will fall in love with yourself the more you are reading about Anastasia, about her knowledge. And we will move very closer to our nature, our own nature, and mother nature. And once we know, we can help each other to grow ourselves, and to help mother earth, to help ourselves and future generation to live very happy, healthy life, my dear friends. And once again, I want to say thanks to PMC for providing me this opportunity to share knowledge, to share about Anastasia's knowledge and wisdom. I always enjoy reading these books. I am currently reading 8th book, so I'm working on that. Yet I want to read and again to understand more, friends. So I encourage everybody to read. Every book will give you a great experience, my dear friends. It is going to expand your consciousness. It is going to change your thinking. It is making you very beautiful person. You will unfold many things within yourself. You will become a beautiful fragrant for yourself, right? So read books. Though you are not a reader, start with 1 page, start with 2 page. Friends, within 1 month or 40 days, take a challenge of 40 days. Like as you are doing meditation, take a 40 days of reading challenge, and by 40 days you will be able to read in a very beautiful way. So I encourage everybody to read and enjoy. Meditate every day, read every day, my dear friends. Thank you so much for this opportunity. Thank you.
ಧ್ಯಾನ ಮಾಡಲೇಬೇಕು ಧ್ಯಾನ ಮಾಡಲೇಬೇಕು. ನಿರಿಗಮದ ಬಮಗರೇದ ನೀನರ ಆರನರೆ.
wonderful to hear all the friends, all the panelists before. It's such a joy that I felt when I heard these beautiful sharings. And thanks to Patriji, and who was my inspiration. Long back, my life completely changed. 1989, when I met Brahmarshi Pitaama Patriji, first time when he introduced me to meditation, that's the time my life completely changed. I can say that my life before Patriji, my life after Patriji, or my life before meditation, my life after meditation, completely changed. Today, the topic that I'm going to speak about is innovation in the face of change. Change, generally, we resist a lot. We fear a lot. Any change, that's where is the most stumbling block comes to us. Where any change that occurs, we immediately completely push away that change. We don't want to change. We experience stuck feelings. We get away from that situation. For example, right now, globally, every individual and every company, businesses, everyone is, almost like literally pushed towards the change. Everyone was shaken up right now because of the COVID-19 situation. This pandemic, it's not only affected globally, the people, the emotional health and mental health, even the physical health also, and the health of the organizations, the health of the businesses. And now, at this point of time, how to face this change, how to bring this innovation and creativity. So, dear friends, I'm going to speak 7 points today. Number 1 is we are conditioned. We are all conditioned from our childhood. The conditioning process is about, any change is dangerous. Anything which is occurring all of a sudden, it's very, very threatening. We go through fear reaction. So this is part of our conditioning. Right now, we're all going through fear. Many businesses have to shut down. They have to close down their businesses. And, individually also, many persons, they are fired from their jobs. They're jobless. And, economies are collapsed already. There's a chaos everywhere. So we are going through this kind of change right now. We want everything to be predictable, everything to be certain. It's like we are asking for something which is impossible. The change is the only constant thing, which is most permanent thing that exists. Every moment is the moment of change. Life itself is change. Life is a movement. Whenever life is stuck, life is like not flowing, we feel stagnant and dead. But life force we can feel when we are in movement, when we are completely aligned with the movement. And every movement that is happening in every moment is a change. Change is the constant thing. Right now, inside our body, there is a big change that's happening. In our mind, doing this Sajjana Sangatya, listening to everyone's experiences, opening our minds and, absorbing this wisdom, we are also going through certain changes. Our perspective is changing. Our thought process is changing. So even our body, many cells are changing. The old cells decaying and they are cleared from our body, and the new cells are created. There's a constant creation process also is happening. Constantly something which is unwanted, unnecessary stuff is destroyed in our body, eliminated from the body, and something else is happening. There's a creative force which is creating something. The same principle applicable everywhere, even in the outside world. Microcosm and macrocosm are not different. So these two forces, creative force and destructive force. So when we look at the chaos, anything like a chaos, immediately we are threatened. This is part of a conditioning. Immediately there is a fear reaction. We resist. More we resist, what happens is more pain comes. We suffer more. We get stuck. It becomes a stumbling block. And dear friends, this is what is happening right now. Our creativity is sabotaged by the fear, survival fears. Whether my company, my business is going to survive or not. And each person is shaken up and they're thinking about what will happen tomorrow. Is it going to be safe? Am I going to be alive or not? So this is part of the conditioning which is making us very fearful. When there is fear, we cannot harness that energy of creativity. Innovation and creativity are not different. They are the two sides of the coin. Creativity is birthing the new ideas, creating something new, original things. Whereas innovation is applied creativity. When we apply that creativity here in this physical plane, that is what is innovation. We innovate so many new ideas. We find new ways of doing many things. Even at this moment, this chaos is also showing us the way. We cannot think in a stereotypic way. We cannot go ahead in the whatever that existing model, existing paradigms. We need to completely change it. Because every chaos is also showing us a greater levels of creativity. It's actually awakening this creativity and innovation in us. When we are born as children, we had this creative potential. We had the greatest creativity. A child is very, very creative, very innovative. And afterwards, when we start growing up as adults, there's so much of conditioning. One is upbringing, conditioning from our own family, our parenting, and then society, conditioning. It discourages the creativity and innovative skills of the child. That's why it's not given any kind of value, significance when we are growing up. Even the school, we go through the same thing. In the school system also, we are, you have to learn the information, data need to be collected. But we don't have the creativity. You don't question those things that you're learning from the books. When there is no questioning, how can we ever, move out of that zone? Only blind way of believing, blind trust on something that you are absorbing may not serve in the long run. May not be, it is the truth. So even for me, when I first time met Brahmarshi Patriji, and I was skeptical being. I completely non-believer of anything about religion or spirituality. My father is a physics lecturer, so he named me after a scientist. He said to me at a very younger age, don't believe anything blindly. You have to question, you have to investigate, you have to make an effort to understand, experiment. Then only if you are convinced, then take it as a truth. So when I met Patriji, This is what I was not believing anything that he was saying, but I was with open mind. Okay, let me experiment. My Guru Brahmarshi Patriji told me that meditate for 40 days, every day for this many hours, every day. And you need to master this monkey mind. He told me clearly. And I was practicing meditation, and my own experience taught me. Initially, I questioned everything about meditation, about spiritual path. It was not part of my upbringing. So, dear friends, so we are all mostly conditioned. Not at an individual level, we are conditioned, and also collective level, even organizations, businesses are very conditioned. That's why they cannot see the new possibilities, new opportunities for growth, new ways of innovating new things that can happen. We get stuck in the old fears of us, what is going to happen to us now. So the second thing that I want to say is, there are no failures in life. Generally, we think something, we label something as, oh, I failed in this thing. But there are no failures at all. In the universe, there are only success after success, success after success. We all succeed in whatever that we take up. So even a failure is making us succeed also. In this particular situation, this failure, this fear, this many things, emotions that comes to us, what is going to happen? But dear friends, we have not failed. There are no failures at all. So many yugas happened so far. Nothing happened. Still, we are creating, we are innovating, we are all creators. One thing that we learn when we are sincere about the practice of meditation is we understand the creativity in us and we become the creators of our new reality. We are all creators of new reality, without exception. Even many corporates, businesses, they co-create all together. They co-create new realities. New possibilities are manifested in the physical plane. So, dear friends, so this is the second point that I want to share with you. There are no failures. There are only success. Success is the only truth. Failure is only in the contextual field. It appears to be a failure, but in the long run, everything is success. And the third point I want to share is, we heard about this IQ, EQ, SQ, intelligence quotient, intellectual quotient, emotional quotient, spiritual quotient. But I must also talk about CQ. CQ is spiritual creativity quotient. We also have this creativity which is dormant in all of us. We have become such routine people, we develop certain habits. We are stuck with our routines. We are not able to really bring out that creativity because this part of the conditioning, this creative quotient is there in all of us. Long back, I read about the books by Edward de Bono. He has written so many books about lateral thinking, creative thinking, and 6 hats thinking. So he mentioned about how wearing different hats, you can also like awaken certain things, like a red hat, which means intuitive hat. Green hat means creative hat. Black hat means it is like a critical thinking hat. He talked about all these different types of hats, like a blue hat is planning hat. And I say we can also wear spiritual hat now, The spiritual hat is how a master, you know, thinks in this situation, a critical situation. How Krishna behaves, how Krishna, what kind of decision Krishna is in this situation, what decision he takes. If Buddha is in this situation, what decision he will take. I can say this is a spiritual hat. So we can add one more hat to Edward de Bono's 6 hats. So whoever are practicing meditation, this consciousness hat also will be there. Our consciousness is unlimited. It finds always new possibilities, new solutions, and new ways, always. So this is the third point. And fourth point is there are so many blocks for our creativity. I can say they're all emotional anesthetics, means we are anesthetized. Like number one is we always have self-pity. We always go into blame game, victim mode and blame game. We blame others. We project our emotions on others. And we go into guilt. We also act out of so much of controlling because of fear that is gripping us. Our mindsets are blocked. It's a major block for creativity and innovation. If every employee in organizations, corporates, they're also given this tool of meditation. Meditation awakens the creativity because we disengage ourselves, disidentify ourselves from the past, and we'll not worry about the future. We'll be existing in this moment. In this moment is a moment of all possibilities. All the possibilities exist. So for a meditator, through consciousness, they can create many things. Generally, we have this misconception and a myth that if we are encouraging creativity in an organization, so it may not really work as we planned. We need to take a risk. Risk is very dangerous. We can't take risk. But no, my dear friends, you must know that we must risk. We must move beyond the comfort zone. The life really begins where the comfort ends. And we are very adventurous. We need to risk. I have found the greatest entrepreneur is Brahmarshi Pitaama Patriji. He's a spiritual entrepreneur. He is always innovative, he is creative. My learnings about creativity and innovation began with Brahmarshi Pitaama Patriji. I was very stereotypic before. I never know about the creativity, but I never, observed or listened to the same kinds of words from Patriji. Every time he explains about meditation, it's creative. It's very new, innovative. And the whole pyramid spiritual society's movement is actually an example, a kind of inspiration for the whole globe, that how a meditator can harness this creative potential. Recently, I heard from a friend, and he was very curious to spread, he was very enthusiastic to spread meditation to all the villages. But at this point of time, he can't physically go, but he had brilliant ideas. What he had done is, every day he used to call to one villager. He asked all the villagers to gather at one place and put down the speaker mode. He used to deliver his meditation sharings through that. He is very innovative, very creative. So I found a lot of pyramid masters are very creative and innovative because meditation awakens that potential in all of us. So dear friends, the fifth point I want to share is about doing and being. So we have the old model, old paradigm that we must be doing and doing. We must always putting all the efforts. 80% of the efforts are put forward, but only 20% outcomes are coming. But spirituality says that you give 20% of your efforts and reap 80% of the outcomes. You can get 80% of the outcomes. We heard about Pareto's principle, 80-20 principle. You can get 80% of the outcomes by doing 20% of your efforts. And being state, if someone is practicing, being state is, experience through practice of meditation. When you just be still, be empty, be nothing, be zero, in that moment, you actually access all that cosmic energy. You completely expand your horizons of your mind. You go beyond your own limitations, that you have self-imposed limitations and self-limiting beliefs and all that. So, dear friends, it's possible for everyone. We believed in only hard work. Hard work means 80% of work and 20% of very effort. But we must reverse it. 80% we can get by practicing being state. By just being yourself, being in meditation, you will actually awaken your complete potential. And hard work, smart work, many people who understand the power of their mind, power of thoughts, they do a lot of smart work, but there is no work state. No work does not mean that you don't work. You still work. But I'm saying is not really the work which is so, not channeled, not directed, but it is like the work which is laborious work. But no work is path of least effort. When you are knowing your true self, yourself is not just the body and the mind and emotions, but you are the consciousness, your unlimited self. So if you know that, then really it is everything that you take up, everything that you innovate and create, it is going to manifest. Everything becomes really possible. So this is the fifth one. And sixth one is creative power of attention and intention. Right now, corporates, individuals, everyone is focused on this scarcity and the lack and all that. But a meditator can see new possibilities. Right now, through internet technology, our work is continuing. Spiritual spreading is continuing across the globe. Nothing stops. We can innovate and we can create new ways. So where are you placing your attention upon? That is the most important thing. On lack, scarcity. And second is, what are you intending right now? Your intentions. If your thoughts and intentions are clear, it manifests. So all the businesses, corporates are created for serving life. Everything is in service of life. Everyone, whether municipality workers to CEO of the companies and many companies, individuals, everyone is in service of life. They are giving something, contributing something to the life, for the greater life, for the collective life of our planet Earth. So right now, we need to think about this decision that I'm taking during these times of change. Is it going to serve a beautiful purpose of, expanding the life of people around me? So every business is also service. Every corporate is serving. So right now, decisions that we take after brainstorming, creating new ideas, and meditating and finding out from your own meditation, new ways. And the last point I want to share is meditation is the beautiful way, the tool to bring out this energy of creativity and even innovation, friends. And I could completely believe in this, what I'm saying, because I always experience this, the power of meditation, the power of just silence and stillness. And then just even little time that you meditate, 1 hour every day, that 1 hour gives so much to you. And we can create everything from nothing. We can create from nothing. We don't need. Generally, we have this if onlys. If only I have these resources, if only I have money, I will start this project. If only I have this, I will do this. If only if I get people to work along with me, if they cooperate with me, it will be success. We must keep aside all if onlys. We need to really create from, we can create from nothing. We can co-create from nothing. And dear friends, now I'm going to just guide you through a short meditation. It's a kind of partly 3-step meditation process. The first stage of 5 minutes, I want you to focus on your breathing, anapanasati meditation. Afterwards, the second 5 minutes meditation will be imagery process. We go through the imagery because whatever the locked up creativity in us, we're going to completely tap into that through the imagery process. And the third stage, we again go back to the stillness and deep silence within. And let the silence be our teacher. Right now, dear friends, there'll be background music, and you can close your eyes, sitting in a comfortable posture, and joining your hands together, keeping it in your lap. Notice your in-breath and your out-breath. Your normal, natural breathing rhythm need to be observed. You don't need to take deep breaths or shallow breaths. Be with your normal, natural breath. Whatever thoughts that are coming to you, thoughts about the past or thoughts about the future, we don't need them right now. Thoughts, just observe your breathing. No need to think about the past, no need to worry about the future. The thoughts, routine thoughts, habitual thoughts are coming into your mind. Become aware of these thoughts. Come back to your normal, natural breathing, observation of the normal, natural breath. Doing nothing and emptying your mind. Give all your attention to this emptiness, the great emptiness in you. Let all stress, worries, tensions, fears, everything be absorbed by this great emptiness. In this deep stillness right now, we'll be going to the second stage of this meditation. I'd like you to symbolically represent all that what you were going through. Recent past, whether it is a kind of stress worries, tensions, fear, which is blocking your creativity and innovativity. I'd like you to symbolically represent it by giving a form, color, shape to it. In this deep stillness, know that you are the master. You are the creator of your own life, and you join hands with many other creators and you're co-creating many things in life. At this moment, I would like you to symbolically give this image, picture, impression to this, the suppressed creativity, the disowned, disabled creativity, this creativity that you had when you were born as a child for some time, many started disappearing. Right now, I would like you to change this symbolic, metaphorical image, picture, impression, which is representing the limited perceptions, suppressed creativity of yours. Change that, transform that into something very, very empowering, powerful, which is representing freedom from the past, freedom from all that fears. It also is representing symbolically this new image, the creative power that is existing in you. Give all your attention now to this new image which is emerging in your mind screen. Let the old image now become smaller and smaller. Make it smaller and smaller. The earlier image of fear, lack of creativity, and limited perceptions and beliefs, let it completely transform. New image, let it become bigger and bigger. Let the old image completely dissolve into this new image. This new impression, new image is having new set of perceptions, new perspective, where you know that there are no failures in life, there are only successes. There are no limitations, there are no impossibles. Everything is possible. In this, as this new image occupies your entire mind screen, I would like you to open yourself, your consciousness, to look at all those new possibilities, all the possibilities that are existing in this quantum field. With curiosity, with enthusiasm, I would like you to just open yourself to that creativity. Be fearless to create new ideas. Know that whatever these new possibilities that you are looking at, by giving attention, by intending, it's going to manifest. Totally trust that it is possible. At this moment, I'd like you to step into again this deep state of being yourself. Just allow any inner insights that can start surfacing, start coming up into your awareness field. Just be open. Just be aware. Rooted in your own consciousness which is unlimited, beyond the body and mind, beyond time and space. Okay, my dear friends, whenever you are ready, by placing your hands on your eyes, you may slowly open your eyes. Take your own time.
Namaste, dear all. Now I'm going to talk about one more interesting topic, that is happy hormones. Our body produces many hormones. Some are happy hormones and others are stress hormones. But now let us know in detail about happy hormones. We all have experienced happiness in our lives. But if I ask you, how did you feel in that happy moment? Can you describe in words? You may say just, I was very happy and I was feeling light, I was flying in air, or everything looked good around me. But the exact feeling of happiness we cannot express in our words. Only we can feel it inside our body and mind. So this is due to the effect of happy hormones. And also, in our daily life, we face some situations where we feel very sad and upset, depressed, low, dull. In a day also, our mood changes according to the situations we face in our life. Our mood goes up and down, and sometimes we are happy, sometimes we are sad and dull. So what is this all? Why this is happening? So let us try to know what it is and what is the effect of these mood changes. What is influencing us? So let us learn about that. This is because certain hormones are produced in our body when we are happy, when we are sad, when we are depressed, and different situations are controlled by different hormones. And they are called happy hormones. Let us see what they are and how they are affecting our lives. First hormone is endorphin. Endo means inside, that means inside our body, and orphan, the sounds like morphine, which is a sedative or pain reliever. It's a natural pain reliever in our body which is produced during certain situations. Whenever there is a situation of pleasure, these endorphins are produced, and also during intense exercise, intense yoga, also these endorphins are produced. They are natural painkillers or pain relievers, and also they increase our immunity. When you smell a sweet scented flower and you just feel that pleasure inside, yes? And also when you eat your favorite food, as you put your food in the mouth, you feel that yumminess of the food, you enjoy it, you get pleasure. And also when you listen to some soft and melody favorite music, how do you feel? You just enjoy and you feel like you are so happy and pleasured. All this is due to endorphins. So all these situations produce this hormone which is called endorphin. That's why you feel that pleasure and happiness. The easiest way to produce endorphins is laughter and smile. When we smile or laugh, our body produces endorphins, which gives pleasure. And our brain cannot make out whether we are doing fake laughter or really we are laughing. Still, even if we deliberately laugh or smile, our body will produce endorphins. And as I said, they are pleasure hormones, and also they increase immunity. They also give the resistance, pain resistance. As I said, the easiest way to produce endorphins is by exercising regularly and by laughter. So nowadays you can see laughter yoga and laughter clubs are very much in, where people gather and do laughter yoga or laugh for half an hour or so. A group of people gather and do continuously laugh for half an hour. So this is very, very good. Apart from producing endorphins, the happy hormones, laughter also has many other benefits. When we laugh, we are exhaling, forceful exhalation we do, which is very, very useful to release our stress and tension. And also the negativity can be released by forceful exhalation. And the carbon dioxide also is expelled completely from the lungs. And laughter is a very good cardio for our heart. So when we laugh, slightly the heartbeat is increased and the cardiac muscles or the heart muscles are getting very good exercise and massage when we laugh. Also, if you notice, when we laugh for a long time, our stomach aches. We feel pain in the abdominal muscles. This is because we contract, as I said, we exhale, that is by contracting our abdominal muscles. This helps for very good exercise for the tummy and helps for reducing the belly fat, and also overall it is a good exercise. Apart from producing endorphins, also it is a very good exercise for our body. So definitely take time for yourselves every day, at least for half an hour. Watch some funny channel or some comedy shows and keep your endorphins in good levels, which keeps you in good moods. Okay, so try to be regular in your exercise and try to listen to your favorite music. Try to laugh and smile in a day to produce these endorphins. And one more hormone is serotonin. Maybe you have heard about this. Serotonin is a mood balancing hormone. Also, it controls digestion, sleep, sexual desire, and social behavior. Our mood decides how we behave in the society. So that in turn is dependent on the levels of serotonin. 90% of serotonin is produced in the nerves of gastrointestines. That means in the gut or in the digestive system. And only 10% is produced by the nerves of brain. This serotonin is very, very essential for our moods. If these levels of serotonin goes down, the person becomes very gloomy, dull, upset and irritable, and also the stress increases. And if the person is too much negative thinking, then he may develop depression. That means complete lack of serotonin leads to depression. So how we can produce or increase these serotonin levels in our body? The easiest way is exposure to sunlight. Sunlight helps, as you all must be knowing, sunlight helps to produce vitamin D, which in turn helps for the production of serotonin. And outdoor games, we feel better when you go and play outdoors rather than sitting at home. This is also because outdoors and exposure to sunlight gives release of serotonin. Traveling to new places also helps to produce serotonin, because when you go to new place, and change of place is always exciting, and it helps for producing serotonins, which gives you happiness. And also intense exercise and intense yoga also helps for the production of serotonin. As I said before, during exercise, when you are exercising, or endorphins are produced, but after finishing the exercise you feel good whole day. This is because serotonin lingers in the blood for a long time after exercise. That's why you feel good and active and energetic after doing exercise. So be regular in your exercise to produce these endorphins and serotonin. How we can improve the serotonin production in our body? By eating good carbs. That means complex carbohydrates, nuts, corns, and cheese, milk products. These will help for producing or increasing the serotonin levels. One more best way to increase serotonin is by thinking positive. So try to see positivity in everyone and in every situation. No person is perfect. So don't try to focus on their negativities, but try to see the positive side of every person in your life and try to learn what they are in your life, what lessons they are going to teach us. Try to take only the positive things about them. And also situations. If any problem comes or any stressful situation comes, don't become stressful and angry, but try to see the positivity of that situation and learn some lessons through that situation. So one more important way to produce serotonin is to be grateful in our life. So be grateful and be thankful for whatever you possess, and in every situation and in every moment. Gratitude is very important feeling which increases serotonin levels and also keeps you happy and satisfied. We all have noticed when the day is sunny, we feel active and good. But if continuously 2-3 days, if the weather is cloudy, we become dull and sluggish. Yes? This is because the dull climate or the cloudy weather decreases our serotonin levels. That's why we become moody and dull. So outdoor games, try to go with your friends and families and play outdoors, expose yourselves to the sunlight, which keeps your serotonin levels in good levels. And one more important way to produce serotonin is, we all have very happy moments in our lives, yes? But at times when we are stressful or depressed, just take time and sit in one place or lie down on your bed, keep your eyes closed and try to recollect that happiest moment of your life. Try to feel and visualize in your imagination. So you will feel that you are at present, you are in that situation. Visualize in that way, that you are now in that happy situation. When you do this, our body reacts as if you are happy now and it produces serotonin. So this is very, very easy and best way to produce and increase our serotonin levels. So try to help yourselves and don't go into depression. One more important hormone is dopamine. Dopamine is produced when we strive to achieve a goal. This is a pleasure hormone which motivates us, which drives us to achieve our goal, which gives us pleasure and happiness. So dopamine is produced in running race, competitions, sports and any other challenging situations. In all these situations, we require a lot of focus of mind and it boosts our energy to focus. If we take the example of running race or any other competition, always there is a time limit or time target to achieve or complete that goal. Like when we are participating in a running race and we are about to reach the goal, but just before that we feel like, oh, I cannot do, and we feel tired and want to give up. But by seeing the goal, you will feel, oh, it's just near, let me finish it. So you will get that self-drive or the motivation because of the production of dopamine. So it's always important to set some targets to achieve. It can be daily target or weekly targets or monthly targets, so that you are focused and whole energy is put to achieve that goal, which gives us happiness and pleasure. We all have experienced examination in schools. In examination, we are given a certain time period to complete the question paper, like 3 hours we have to finish the question paper. So during our examination, we never think here and there. We just focus our mind completely on the examination to finish it in the given time. So that time we are focused, concentrated, and our whole energy and effort is put in that. So during this time, dopamine is the reason for completing that task. So try to set some small goals even in exercising or even in daily routines. Like if you do exercise or go for a walk, you can set a target of 5 kilometers I will walk in 1 hour or 1.5 hours, whatever. Just set some target so that you can boost the dopamine levels in your body. So when you set a target to achieve, you are completely focused and you will try to achieve that goal and finish it. So that's when dopamine is produced. But after finishing and when you achieve the goal, you feel happy because you have achieved or you are successful. And then serotonin is produced, which lingers in the body for a long time. That's why you feel happy after achieving the goal or after when you get the success. So there is so much benefit when you set some targets in your life. And also a purposeful life is very interesting to live. Yes? And also you can know nowadays all the big companies are having some targets, and in certain time you have to complete this target. That is also a sort of increasing dopamines, but the problem is if it is going beyond your ability or capacity, then it develops into stress. So just try to keep goals which are attainable and which are within your limits. And one more important hormone is oxytocin. This is also called as love hormone. This hormone is produced when you come in contact, physical contact will release this hormone. Like when you hug your loved ones, when you hug your son or daughter or your companion, your friend, how do you feel? You feel good because of this oxytocin. And also a good massage, body massage also releases oxytocin, because continuous touch of the person during massage makes us relaxed and helps to produce oxytocin. And also during delivery, ladies produce this hormone oxytocin for relaxation of muscles in the uterus and for easy delivery. We all have experienced that if we are upset or sad, if our close relatives or friends come and hug us or pat our shoulder or just hold our hand and pamper us or console us, we feel good. That's because of the production of oxytocin. That's why relations give a feeling of love and trust. So try to maintain good relationship with your friends and families. So these are the 4 important happy hormones which are produced by our body in different situations. Okay, to summarize, 4 hormones, happy hormones: endorphins, which are produced by exercise, intense yoga, by smelling a sweet scented flower, by listening to soothing favorite music or eating a favorite dish, and also by laughter. The easiest way is by laughter. And serotonin is a mood balancing hormone which is produced by positive thinking, by being grateful, and by exposure to sun. And dopamine is a motivating hormone which is produced in competitions, challenging situations, running race, sports, and exercise. And oxytocin is a love hormone which is produced by the physical contact. So these are the hormones, and as I said, try to exercise regularly to produce these hormones, and do travel with your family and friends to different places to produce the serotonins in your body. And dopamine, try to put some small targets, daily targets or weekly targets to produce the dopamine, which keeps you more focused and self-motivated. And oxytocin, try to maintain good relationships with your friends and families and produce the oxytocin and get the feeling of love and trust. Okay, so this is about happy hormones. Hope you got some idea about happy hormones and how to produce them, how to increase their production, and what is the importance and the effect of them on our lives. So see you again with one more interesting topic. Thank you. Namaste.
Patanjali's greatness lies in his understanding various stages of concentration levels, analyzing human mind, different states of mind, which leads to concentration, concentration to contemplation, contemplation to meditation, meditation to Turiyavastha. We can say that, What is that stages? What are that stages? What is this concentration? What is that power of concentration actually? Ancient time, at that time, atom to infinite, people said that, ancient rishis, sages, after their penance, they delivered everything. Very difficultly, they stored and they gave. The key also they gave. Are we moving that right or turning right or left? In fact, modern world, very easy to live. Not like olden days. Do you know that? Olden days, to make something, they have to soak it lentils and they have to do that, they have to make. Now, everything in instant. Doesn't matter. Because no time for it. No one has time. Are we passing on to generations what they did for us? Gone. Gone. Sukshma is not mine. Sukshma is ancient. But I said that atom to infinite, they gave everything. Sukshmate sukshmanga. Living, seeing, listening, touching. Everything is subtle. Everything is subtle. Until when? To see darshan atma, touching atma, sankalpa, resolution with atma. Not only Patanjali Mahashaya, how many? Veda Vyasa to Vasishta Maharshi, Yajnavalkya to. There is no need, I have to tell all these things. You all know that, but ignorance. And long time back, 5,000 years back, that time back, this time back, when Om came, so what? Do we know what is the deeper meaning of Om? Everything, not only that I am saying too. And what Bhagavad Gita gave? All yogas, karma yoga to bhakti yoga to sannyasa yoga to atma yoga, everything. Jagradavastha, swapnavastha, nidravastha, turiyavastha. We don't need all avasthas, but we want to grow, we want to evolve. How we can evolve? You tell me. Patanjali says that this mind is so many stages are there. You should work. You should give training to evolve. Proper way of it, with regulations. Very little, small, simple regulations. There is no need hospitals. There is no need ashramas at the moment. Especially this COVID time. Just think about that. Then what is that? My father always used to say that Raghavaya in that small town. Still I remember, still so fresh. Between my birth to 5 years. Maybe 10 years. Age of 10 years. That instilled in my Atma, in my heart. The way he used to we used to put raga also. The 5 states of mind. Kshipta vikshipta Mooda Ekagrata Nirodha. Did you see that? Shikta, Vikshipta, Mooda. Even to say that Mooda, we feel like disgusting, but we are doing that. What is that? Mooda is inertia. Tamasa. After 3 gunas, tamasa. Every time depression. Every time comparison. Even though I am not deserved, I will compare with others and I will go to depression. If I get a job, I will think about a promotion. If I don't get job, I will think about that depression. That is Mooda. Because untrained mind will pull that to inside the Mooda. Kshipta. Rajasa. Continuously, I am this, with identities, restless. Though millions are there, but still something, running. What is that? What guna will come? Rajasa, right? Now next status is Vikshipta. Vikshipta is, some people they will think that, bipolar means, sometimes he will be very nice, sometimes he is like very moody, this. Not bipolar. Sometimes Rajasa, sometimes Tamasa. Sometimes Kshipta, sometimes Mooda. We don't know. But any dhyana gurus, any meditators, good meditate teachers or gurus, they will understand which stage they are going through. In meditation also sometimes, all subconscious, how it will come front of us. So many people will tell that, 20 years back happened. Why in this meditation everything is coming? Who did that? I did that, right? I am meditating, but everything is coming out to what? To knock, to see your stability. Whether you are there, Rajasa or Tamasa. Then you will become little bit more concentration started. Little stable also started in Vikshipta stage. Okay? Rajasa and Tamasa. Right? Next one is Ekagrata. Sukshma always, after that, whoever will come here. Ekagrata. One-pointedness. We all know that Arjuna's one-pointedness. If he has to do that only fish eye. Uddalaka, Swetaketu, so many Upanishads too, now so many stories we can tell that. But what we are learning? Nothing we are learning. First we have to know what state I am now. I am Rajasa, I am Dhyana Yogi, I am Jnana Yogi. One pointedness means scattered mind is leaving you. Already in Vikshipta time, already Rajasa, Tamas, you are going here, there. But that's why 8 sessions are it. I will ask, 8 janmas also not enough anyway. But you want 8 sessions, first 3-4 sessions. Why it is happening? Don't ask why. I am saying to you because of you only. Dears, you are aware, but you didn't give any training to your mind with any simple regulations also. Patanjali said, Yamani Yamas. So, Santosha Tapa. It's okay. Who has time in this modern world? Sorry. It will not work. Now you are starting nicely to Turyavastha. Krita started after 4 sessions. Students will ask, much better. We are smiling. Even people around us, they are seeing some changes. I am not saying for any publicity or anything. Because inner work is starting. Where? Power of concentration is becoming solid. Power of concentration. We got the key now. Key of that concentration. What is that concentration? Unconscious concentration is collapsing, eliminating. Negative concentration, eliminating. Wrong concentration, eliminating. Oh, so many concepts. Yeah, I remember that. Why I said that one. Patanjali Mahashaya. Various stages of concentration levels. Status of mind. That's why I am bringing this. Now you understood that ekagrata, right? Stable mind. No wavering, like smooth surface of the lake. No ripples. That's why Brahma Muhurta is rippleless. Even lakes, rivers, you can see that. If you want ashrama people, they will see. That's why their ashramams in front of the rivers. Because they know that nature also is helping. People will ask, Sunita, Amma, why we are getting up like 3 o'clock after these meditations? 4 o'clock. Hey, take advantage. Take advantage, please. Switch on something, some script, some chanting if you want. If you don't want chanting, but don't chatter with your chatterbox, your subconscious. Just let it clean first. Why you are using again? This is good, that is bad, this is good. Always dualities. But now scattered to dualities. 1 point we came in ekagrata, in this state of mind. Right? Last one is Nirodha. Turyavastha. Beyond this Rajasa, Tamasa, Sattvika. But what we need to get that concentration? Sattvika. You can see that any Sattvika people, you think that, they are very simple, sensitive. Yes, they are sensitive with you. 5 elements. That's why they can converse with Akash, the sky, to earth, to flower. My father used to say that the Muda is like donkey, donkey mind. I used to think that, you brought up in Ilesh, you bring the Dobi will put that everything, and if he will beat only, it will move. Otherwise, whatever the papers will come, eating. That is donkey. Kshipta is like monkey. Rajasa, we know everything. I can jump this tree to that tree, I can grab that fruit, I don't eat properly, but I'll put everything. Did you see that? How beautifully ancient time they said that. But now everyone will use, monkey mind and that mind, this mind, that mind. No. Deeper thing is so much. And Vikshipta mind, they said that, Vikshipta means Rajasa, Tamasa. Even meditation, it will happen. That is like Sita Kokachil, butterfly. Butterfly? When Rajasa is there, nicely flies with colors. If something happened, a butterfly, it will go down and she forget the colors of forget even flying also. Because Rajasa people, if at all anything will happen, finish. Overreaction. Is it good? Not good. We are not butterflies, we are not donkeys, we are not monkeys. Oh, we are good human beings. Even our Bhagwan, Bangar Satya Sai Baba, what he says? Animal being to human being to good human being to divine human being. We need what? Unity in body, purity in mind, divinity in soul. That's what. Unity in diversity. So many things, beautiful things. Okay, Yajnavalkya and so many ancient gurus, ancient rishis, they dropped, but we forgotten. What about now? Tyagaraja Swami, just 200 years, I think. Yeah. What he says about mind? Manasuloni mamunu telusuko. First you have to understand your mind, because without this, do you remember in villages, if at all you, even with not only villages, even cities also, pagal, we'll say that, madman, mad woman. But Sunita, little Sunita used to think, why they became mad? Oh, because her husband is not good. Oh, because of the wife is not good. Or because of this, because of that. See, anybody is watching that, anybody is going through that deeper thinking, I am madman. We can do that. I think I told in some interviews, I don't know. I want to tell that again. Madman means what? Mad woman means what? I used to help them a lot. But one day, because of my compassion, whatever you can say, that my simplicity, my sensitivity, I was, my house as a school girl, my house in Sultan Bazar, near to Sri Krishna Deva Raya library, besides Royal Talkies, those days. So every day from my house to my upstairs, we used to live. Upstairs too, I used to go to library, Sri Krishna Deva library after school, because I used to read Chandamama and whatever books I wanted. So many, plenty. Because whereas my small town, there is no library at all. That's why I enjoyed that library. I was reading something and a beautiful story, and I was coming out. That is maybe 6:30, little winter, I think so. I was coming out, and because somebody came to, my sister's son came, and he okay, let us go. He's very naughty. Because one madman, Biryani Chor, his name. His name is Biryani Chor. We don't know why it came that. If anybody will provoke him like Biryani Chor, he will take the stick and he will run after them and he will beat like that, But everyone, from far, that. But unfortunate or fortunate, I don't know. I was near him and this boy is running and he was saying that biryani chart. Then all of a sudden I was in my dream, we all know that, since childhood I was like that. The stick hit me on my head. Of course, so many people came and, they want to beat, but I told, but how hard, I thought, my head broke. Promise, remember. I still remember. But I was not, because if I cry, I know that, my brother is a police officer. he will come and, and then I didn't cry, but the pain. Next day, my mother saw that one, big bump. Long and thick hair, but still that bump was showing. Then I started to think that how the madness will come. Yes, sweetheart. If you don't train for small things, also will go down. Madness will come just like that. What neurologists are doing, psychiatrists are doing, they will give the medicines because they studied for that. But no. They need a different way of training. What is the difference with pure love? That also, the pure love can heal anything, everything. I know sometimes I will go out of traction, but I want to be there only. But sometimes it will happen. But that also good for listeners. I'm feeling that. I feel that always. So now you understood, right? Jagrata Avastha too. Even in meditation also, how important that concentration. Where you are focusing, your concentration is where? In negative? Unconsciously that negative things will come out from, because it is there, it will come out from your tongue. Doesn't think that way. Whatever from here untrained, it is coming, then you will be in problem. Conflicts, arguments, no more discussions. You want that? I know you don't want. But what are you doing? Sweethearts, what are you doing? Only ladies need, only women need this concentration? Only men need? No, we all need. We all need this power of concentration. Once you work on that key, we will find the key. You never use that negative concentration. You never use unconscious concentration. You never use wrong concentration. Key. You always use positive concentration. What will happen? Positive concentration. Positive thinking, positive thoughts, positive life, positive actions, positive vibrations, positive energy. My energy always positive, Papa. But we opened that negative energy also. Anyway, there is no negative energy. Shakti, always Shakti. Always positive, remember that. Now we came to Prajnanam Brahma, Aham Brahmasmi. Because in Turyavastha, we don't remember that Rajasa, Tamasa, that. Bhuvilo Rajasa, Tamasa, Gunamulu Galavani, Chelimi, Bhuvilo. Tara Swami is saying, I am very sattvic. But I am every day, as soon as I get up, with Rajasa. His own brother is Rajasa. People are tamasa, inertia. I have to. That's what he struggled. Manasuloni marmam telusko. That's why he said that, with conviction. You should know. Then you don't be after that this attraction, this attraction, that attraction, this attractions. That's what he said. That's why is now we are remembering after 200. How we are remembering Mahatma Gandhi, how we are remembering Abdul Kalam, President. Why we are remembering them just like that? Because he is President. How many presidents we are remembering? We remember, but every time Mahatma Gandhi, Bapuji is coming. Not only Bapuji Jayanti, October 2nd, every time. Every moment. Those days, early 19th century people, my father, even prison also, they went. They lost so much wealth. Because those time royalty they used to punish, Don't go. They tried, right? Royal people also, they tried, kings and queens and whoever, Zamindar, Jagidas. But what happened? It doesn't matter. That life, my father used to say, everyone, how can you do that, you lost. No. Doesn't mind. Doesn't care. It has to happen in this birth. It happened. For us, we don't need anything. We don't have to sacrifice for independence. That, this, that. Just to get rid of these false egos. We are holding that. Yeah, if you work on this status of mind, false egos run away without any effort, just meditation. Just meditation. Dhyanam, Atmana, Atmena, Pashanti. How Bhagavad Gita says that. Then what we need for this? See, Tyagaraja Swami is asking, did you show that Manasu Swadhina? After this 5 stages of mind, now he said that, he sang Manasu Swadhina Maina. Ammaya. Now I understood that. Manasulone marmas, I understood. Secrets. And I went to Rajasa, Tamasa people also. I understood I am Satvika, but Satvika also I shouldn't be attached. That also I understood now, because people will take advantage. Manasu Swadhina. Now I understood how to train my mind, how to bring in under my Atma, my soul. So many beautiful songs are there. In Danyasi Ragam, I think so. Chittamu, ni chittamu, nirmalamu, nikshalamu. I don't know that song actually, but I will learn. One day we'll talk about that also. Yes, consciousness is nikshalam, nirmalam, prashantam. Why I would say always? Why ancient wisdom is saying always? Nikshalamu, nikshalamu means stillness. Stilling the mind, only we need meditation, dhyanam. Next to what? Harmony. Nirmalanga, Nikshalanga, like a lake, I told you early morning, Brahmamurtam lake. River, even river. If you want to observe, just go and sit front of them. Don't put any stones. You want ripples, I know that. Just don't put. You see that, you watch that, you observe that, you will understand. You will realize faster. But we read so many books. Vivekananda Swami read means, because he wants to know, because he was like, what is that? Guru said something, Guru has gone, and now what I can do, He went to America and nothing is comfortable for him, nothing is helping. But did he stop? No. Sukshma Grahis, they are all. Always I will sign that, Sukshmas of universe. Sukshmas in universe. Sukshma is not only whoever came to me or no, we are all Sukshmas, but forgotten with this hectic modern world. Now COVID. My father used to say that, first of all, something that hurt, somebody put that chili powder. You can see that, Please, don't stuck anywhere. Enjoy that. Enjoying with joy, that is our we. So what will happen? This concentration, the power of concentration lead to where? Awareness. Actually, we are aware. You being with yourself. So what we have to do? Morning to night, some regulation, some rules, some discipline. Yuktahara viharasya. I know everything. Slokam. I know you know slokam, but so many people that also, at least you know the slokam. Go deeper to that sloka. You see that? What that sloka, deeper depth will give to you. Yuktahara viharasya. Balance. He's asking. We gave so many talks on mitam, rutum and hitam, I think, moderation. Same thing. Bhagavad Gita say, what the ancient wisdom didn't, what they didn't say, you let me know. Everything they said, but we are not. Wrong books we are taking. That's why so many, even now, good-hearted teachers, they are showing this book you read. This book you read. But always I would say that, this Upanishad you go through. Because I don't read much. But these Upanishads, Vedas, ancient wisdom, very little I know. I don't know anything. That's what sometimes I used to regret. Because Sanskrit, my second house is in Hyderabad. As a child, growing up, Saraswatika Parishat, Sanskrit, they will teach Sanskrit, all the scholars will come every weekends, the highest people, famous people, poets, they will come and they will. I did that, but because of music and my education, academic education, I couldn't do the Sanskrit. So many scholars are there Sanskrit, but no one, everyone is there, but don't think that, I am the only Sukshma. So many are there. But as a child I used to think, why I am only like this? Why I worry? As a child I used to say, Amma, I used to tell my mother, Amma, if anything will happen, because 12 years difference my father and mother, I used to think that, my father is an old man like that. 3-4 years girl, 2-3 years girl, she used to tell to mother, Amma, if father will become like still, if at all he will leave his body, don't take him away, okay? We will keep. Doesn't matter if he doesn't talk also. Why all that things? Then father told my mother, let her think that way. She came with awareness, let her think, but she will become something. Did you see? He knows that, because it's so much Vijnanam, not age. I saw that, my Pedananas and everyone, a little different than Nana. I'm not saying because he is my father, that's why no. I am the proof. Please evolve with the right regulations. What is that right regulations? Eat properly. Take bath. Be there with yourself when you are taking bath. When you are taking breakfast, watching movies, eating whatever, don't do that. Enjoy meal with your family. I am IT. I am IAS officer. I am IG. So what? So what? Why identity? You are dwelling in this only identity. All of a sudden, see, Vikshipta time, awareness will come. Sometimes awareness, sometimes no awareness. Then depression will come. We will die again, same with that. We will come back, same thing, worst thing, whatever. See, why I would say that always good beggar and the self-centered beggar. The beggar, good beggar is enjoying his life. Then next birth, I know that, my father used to say. I still remember all the beautiful things, in small town. Upstairs, when summertime, under the sky, we used to, in big balconies, we used to, like a kota, everyone used to call like a kota goda. So, rhythm thing, dappu we say, that, that is like my Jolapata. People used to think this is a bore, but for me, that is like, oh my God, lalijo, like that. Nothing disturbed me in every situation. If rain will come, we have to run to the bedrooms, the upstairs bedrooms, because balcony is fremba. I never. Some small shelter, I used to enjoy the rain. Of course, that's why Amma used to say, that's why she got pneumonia. Yes, I used to wet like anything. My long hair, because of that also maybe. That's why don't worry. If at all your child is little bit unique, understand which place she is. Muda, lethargy, inertia, always like sleepy, kshipta, hyper, no proper attention. Why it is happening? Think that also. Parents, please think that also. First 5 years under you only. Are you doing yoga in front of them? No, you don't do, because no time for you. Do now. 5 to 10 minutes yoga you do in front of them. They can do all the, because for me, my brothers, my father's 10 kilos walk every day, farms and my house, every day. 4 o'clock, the scriptures reading with beautiful raga, and immediately he goes to farms, and after coming back he takes like, some milk, fresh milk. That is all became like, once role model is there, how can you go wrong? Maybe, last birth, maybe, I carried something. Okay, Baba, even that also will go. I don't know what I am saying also, but I felt that, I should share all these things. Power of concentration, how it leads to meditation. We are doing meditation, but nothing is happening. Some people will say that. We went to this meditation, that meditation camp, this meditation. How many days we went? 1 hour, 2 hours? 1 hour, 2 hours? Burst, accumulation has to finish. No. If any meditation teachers, if they don't clean you, they don't purify you, they don't become role model to you, stop it cold. I am not saying because of competition, because of this, because of that. So many good gurus are there, good teachers are there. Go there. Who is sensitive to understand your problem, exact problem. Because 5 fingers are not same. Sometimes Muda, sometimes Rajasa, sometimes Kshipta, sometimes Vikshipta, sometimes this one, sometimes Ekagrata, sometimes this. But once you come to Vikshipta, remember that Rajasa, Tamasa, catch that awareness will come that time. When Rajasa time, what is that? Why I was like so happy? Oh, why I am so low? If that good cause, okay, observe, go deeper until depth, you will see the depth. Promise, believe in me. I am not saying, blind faith is not good actually. If anybody will ask questions, I like that. It doesn't matter. Because they are clearing. They don't want to live in that the doubts. I like that. Oh, how dare you are asking questions. No, you should ask questions, but ask questions. Sirdi Baba says that, the question should be Pariprashna. In this COVID time, I started in March or April, I think so. March, April, I started. Now in 41st or 42nd week, I am doing. All sukshmas they are trying to read. They said that, since childhood we wanted to read, even 30 years people, 40, 50 years, but we somehow, we read 1 week and then it's okay, what is there? Now we requested and they are all reading, it seems. That's what I believe in that. What else? Any questions or anything, please send to Peace Tree is there. You can send any questions after listening anything. If any the quench, the thirst, inquiry will start about you. Ask. Not only me, anybody. Not only sukshmas, any teachers or anybody. I don't know how to talk like, spontaneous because I am in silence. Silence gave treasure to me since childhood. I enjoy that silence. Because of my empathy, my simplicity, my sensitivity. Of course, so many happen, But no one dare to attack me with their self-centered and betrayal. Let me know, dears. Anybody can take our Atma? No, nobody, right? Because that is awareness. We born with that awareness. Promise, we born with that awareness. Who taught the child to drink mommy's milk? To cry? To wet the nappy, cry? No one, right? Then why we have to teach all these things? Now you have the difference between the concentration and awareness. Concentration we have to work on that by giving who? See, madman, why I told that women and men. I still remember all the Pichi Venkatamma. Because of her husband's problems, she became very high, good family she born. But after that, she was on the roads. So many people. That's what I am saying, that biryani chor. We don't know why he became biryani chor. Even prostitution. On the roads they are fighting with the rickshaw people. That I saw everything, because I used to live in center of Sultan Bazaar, upstairs. Those estates, everything is Hakim Mamayas. Until my house, my brother's house in Bagulkunta, Ramkot, the construction was going on. I had to stay a couple of years, I think, so I didn't remember. All my experiences became knowledge. Pain or pleasure or good or bad. Don't escape anything. Just accept. Accept as it is, but work on yourself. Sukshma's philosophy is being you. Being with yourself. Living now. At this moment and this birth, God gave this to me, these situations, whatever people, work with them. No matter they are suitable for you. No. We try, but until last minute we try. If at all other person they don't listen, we take a decision that time. Because we can't, right? We can't waste. But don't make your children victims, sweethearts, please. They are such a beautiful people. We can give so much. You see that Bhagwan, Bangar, that Sakti Sai Baba, schools, universities, not only in India, I am saying that everywhere. Maybe 130, 140, 150 whole continents. Every continent. Africa, I told you, 14 years I saw that. Still Auntie Kanu. She's working there. She's taking care of so many things. So finally Tyra Swami says that, Moksha Mungalada Bhuvilo Jeevan Moksha Mungalada Bhuvilo Yes, we can easily reach that Kaivalya Padam. Please, if at all you know music, dig on that Dhyana Swami about mind, what he said. If you are a yogic person, what Patanjali Mahashaya says that if you sukshmati sukshma yogi, go to Yajnavalka, Janaka Maharaja, Ashtavakras. Think that, what? Where I am, at this moment where I am, not in Vancouver or India or America. Here, sir. We know our life became like, what is that? Internet life. Information. But that Guru said something, this Guru said something, this Amma said something, this Amma said something. Why? What you are giving to yourself, sweethearts? Take help. But Acharana, act on that. Positive thoughts, positive actions, positive life, positive energy with positive vibrations. Wherever you go, just spill that seeds, positive vibration seeds. You see that? The power of healing. There is pure energy in every human being, covered with what? These negative 6 vices. Kama, Krodha, Moha, Lobha, Mada, Maksharya. Under that, so many small things. You want to drop that to your generation to generations? No. I know you don't want to, but we are doing that. We are doing. Dears, if I said if I made any mistakes, please forgive me. Let me know. Let me know what we can do all together. We are ready. Thank you. Namaste.
Our PMC system has started a new program called as SWAG. It means save water and go green. S for save, W for water, G for go, and another G for green. Save water and go green, my dear friends. We should not waste water. We should always be very, very careful in conserving our water resources. Let us not waste a drop of water. Every drop of water should be utilized properly. Every drop of water should be used in the best possible way. If you are wasting water, then you are contributing to the poverty of the nation. If you are conserving water, every drop of water, you are conserving the nature and you are making the nature prosper. We have to conserve water. Whenever you are seeing an open tap, please close it. Let not the water go waste. This is called as save water. And then go green. Plant trees. Everybody should plant trees. That is the most important activity for a man, for a human being, to plant trees. We want a very green planet, not a dry planet. And for plants, water is required. If there is no water, there is no greenery, there are no plants. These are the two important activities for a human being. You have to save water and you must see that everything is green. You must plant trees. While we are enjoying the trees planted by others, we should also plant trees. Everybody is forgetting this point and they are not planting trees at all. Why can't you plant trees? Why are you not aware of that fact? That you must plant trees every day. And always, every minute you must be aware of wasting water, and you must never waste water. Water is a very, very precious commodity. It is a divine commodity. And if you plant a tree, plant a seed, sow a seed, you are making it green. So, this is the movement called as SWAG. It means save water and go green. I like everybody to say save water, and go green. Please repeat. Save water and go green. Again. Save water and go green. SWAG. What is fact? Save water and go green. Again. Save water and go green. Again. Save water and go green. Like this. Save water and go green. How many points? 2 points. What are the 2 points? Save water and go green. How many points? 2 points. What are those points? Save water and go green. ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ.
Namaste, Masters. Good morning, good evening, good day, from wherever you're joining to watch this program. Welcome to Mahila Dhyana Mahachakram 2. My dear friends, this is Saroja Gullapalli from Melbourne, Australia. Last year, around this time, I was at Kartal in India hosting Mahila Dhyana Mahachakram 1. I was the master of ceremony for Mahila Dhyana Mahachakram 1, and I had the opportunity to host the 11 days program from Kartal. But thanks to COVID, this year, we are seeing different energies, different times. And with the help of our dear friend Zoom, no matter where we are, we're still able to connect to each other. Though I'm physically not at Kartal, I have this great privilege to connect with all you great masters today on the occasion of this great event, Mahila Dhyana Mahachakram 2, MDMC 2. So my dear masters, I wholeheartedly welcome you all to this great event being conducted by Pyramid Spiritual Society's Moment, that's founded by our beloved master, Brahmarshi Patriji. So today, masters, what I would like to talk to you is about one of the most profound topics that's being referred to and talked to since the beginning of this year: ascension and integration. We have heard so much about this topic in different forums, sometimes partly, sometimes to a great extent. Let's take this topic a little bit further to understand what is it really. Ascension, as the word stands, masters, comes from the word ascend. Ascend means going up. So if you can visualize a staircase, if someone is ascending, that means they're going up the stairs. So just by the meaning of that word, ascension means progression. That means there is some form of progress happening. For most of the masters who are on this path of self-discovery, we are very familiar to another word which is more or less the same as ascension, which is called evolution. So masters, almost every human being understands evolution. Everything in creation is going through the process of evolution. So if we take our human race, of course, we being part of the creation, we ourselves are being subjected to evolution, which means progression. That means every minute we are progressing. In spite of this progression happening every second or every moment, the majority of the humanity, they are unaware of it. However, a handful of humanity, like you and me, who are on this path of self-discovery, have developed this faculty called awareness. And through awareness, we do understand what is evolution and what this process is about. So the main difference being, it's the difference between sleep and meditation. So masters, when you are sleeping, it is meditation, but it's unconscious meditation. So you're not aware that you are taking cosmic energy in the sleep. Whereas when you take the case when you are doing meditation, it is a conscious sleep. It means that you know that you are taking that cosmic energy and you're totally aware of the process. So the difference between the two is only one thing, masters, which is awareness. But that one word of awareness makes a hell of a difference. Similarly, when the human race is going through the evolution, if 99.9% of the humanity are unaware of the progression, and that 0.01 or 0.1% of humanity are aware of this evolution process, that again makes hell of a difference. Why, masters? Because awareness is the key to all this. Let's refer back to the rule of quantum physics, the rule number 1, which says, wherever your attention goes, energy flows. So masters, any activity that you do with awareness, we have to be conscious that that's where the energy, the cosmic energy is flowing. Whenever the cosmic energy flows abundantly, that process happens completely, masters. So, though there is very little difference between the two cases that I have been talking about, there is a whole step difference because of the awareness, masters. With that awareness, the beings on the path of self-discovery understand what the belief system is and how to come out of those belief systems that humanity is struggling with. This group of people that we call spiritual, or the people on the path of self-discovery, they do realize that we are thought forms. That means we are exactly what our thoughts are, or in other words, we manifest our reality. So on this path, my dear masters, people go ahead breaking the belief system with a lot of self-determination. Many times, we do not have any masters or guru there to help us. But in spite of that, that inner calling that comes, that is plenty. or more than enough for that one particular being to keep progressing on this path of evolution with awareness. For people who have read the great book, Jonathan Livingston Seagull, by the great spiritual master Richard Bach, you would well understand what I'm trying to say. A being, Jonathan in this case, with complete self-determination and with inner calling, that was good enough for that Jonathan to move ahead on the path of self-discovery to the point that the understanding of space and time automatically evolved in Jonathan's path. So, masters, though these are stories, the great spiritual masters have come to us time and again to give those profound messages which helps us on the path of evolution or on our journey of ascension, my dear masters. John Payne, another great author, through Omni, that's the channel material, has so many times mentioned that if you want to connect to anything in this creation, the only easiest way is through nothingness. And what is that nothingness, masters? We all know. When we travel inside with the help of our breath, we reach a point which is called Shunya, where all thoughts stop and you come to the point which is called nothingness, masters. And that's the eternal moment. And people who have had the taste of this eternal moment and who have known the true meaning of connecting with the inner essence, they realize the true meaning of peace, love, and compassion. And these people who have had the taste of these great concepts of love and compassion and peace, they do not want the joy to be limited with themselves. And the next step that they take is they want to come back to help the humanity so that each one of us also can go back into ourselves and connect to the peace, to the love and compassion. This is not new at all to us, masters. Great masters like Richard Bach, Patri Sir. There's so much channeled information everywhere coming through John Payne, through Omni, Crimson Circle, Lisa Royal Holt. There is so much information, masters. But sometimes when there is too much information, we do not know where to start and where to end with. And hence, these sessions like what we are doing, they really help us to help each other to discuss these concepts which look quite difficult, or at times they look quite complicated. But masters, when we start talking about it, the simplicity just stares at our face. So today, let's talk about this topic, ascension and integration. So in the past so many months, if we can recall, right from February, March this year, and for some of us, right from the last few years, humanity, or at least a part of humanity, has been talking about this great shift happening on our planet. And we have also been talking about this shift of humanity from third dimension into the higher dimensions, the fourth dimension, the fifth dimension. Time to time, masters, we have been talking about the concept of oneness. And at the same time, we have also been talking about the concept of fragmentation and separatedness. Two things, extremes of the same wand, oneness on one end, fragmentation on the other end, but they're both being talked at different times during this time of great shift, masters. Let us try to understand this concept a little bit more. As the process of separation begins, now many of you must be wondering, what is this process of separation? It's always good to have an example, masters, when we try to understand something that looks complex or complicated. So this can be likened to a drop of water projected through a prism. We all know what a prism is. When light passes through a prism, such as in the case of a raindrop, a rainbow projects from the drop. The rainbow is a wonderful metaphor for the density spectrum, the density talk that we have been talking, that humanity is in third density, we need to move up. So this is a great example for us to understand what these densities are. When we look at the separation between each color in a rainbow, when it goes through a prism, no sharp division exists between the colors. So masters, when these colors are seen as the output of the prism, there is really no sharp boundaries between them. Colors gradually transition from one to another. This is exactly true for the shift between the so-called densities, master, the third to the fourth density, the fourth to the fifth, and the shift between all the densities. The oneness consciousness, which we all talk about all the time, belongs to all the densities, masters. So, though we are saying oneness on one hand, and then we are saying the separatedness through density, what I would like to bring forth is, though the densities sound separated, but that example of prism that I gave you, there is no clear distinction between the colors that you see as an output from the prism. Similarly, all the densities that we are talking about, the ascension of this planet, the humanity, from 1 to 2, 2 to 3, 3 to 4, 4 to 5. Among all these densities, the oneness consciousness exists, masters. But consciousness expresses itself differently in each density, moving from intense separation to supreme integration, masters. For instance, water can be gaseous, it can be liquid, or it can be frozen, but it is still water. Consciousness is the same. It can change expressions, masters, but it is still consciousness. The first density, we've been talking about all this density, so let's talk a little bit further about it. The first density represents the consciousness of all the physical stuff of the universe. For example, the periodic table of elements that we talk about, the elements that comprise the building block of the physical universe, this is the first density consciousness. This is not inert substance, masters, but this is a specific form of consciousness. The whole mineral kingdom is included here. As planets form, the elements create a collective consciousness that becomes the consciousness of the planet itself. Consciousness at this level is not singular like human beings, masters. The spectrum now moves to the second density. So if we have seen the first density, now let's talk about the second density. This contains the consciousness of plants and animals, masters. If you really looked closely at second density, there is a spectrum within the spectrum. Very early second density is more neutral consciousness with no ego structures, masters. This is a very important point, with no ego structure. However, as we move through second density and towards third density on the spectrum, simple ego structures, they begin to form. Example, dogs, chimpanzees, they show rudimentary beginning of ego structures. If you can really cast your thought, or if you can recall the behaviors of dog and chimpanzees, you can start to see that there is beginning of ego structure, masters. Now, as we move from the second density to the third density now, life forms begin to have egoic structures. Humans have expressed their consciousness from a third density frequency for a very, very long time, masters. Remember that egoic structure is not negative. The ego simply acts as an anchor to keep us in that separated reality, to have the experience of separation. Third density is the most separated density of the spectrum, masters. As we move towards the high end of this third density, as I said, within each density is a spectrum. So as we move towards the higher end of third density, the egoic structures, they start disintegrating. But this often causes fear and panic amongst us, masters. We feel as if we can't control reality. What really happens is that the ego structure, the egoic structure, shifts into a more natural state of existence that has very little to do with controlling anything. As a species, we begin a very important relearning process that helps us to let go and experience reality in a totally new way. As we continue to evolve through fourth density, the ego structures, they tend to get weaker, masters. And the moment towards balance gets stronger. What do we mean by balance? Mostly, it has to do with the balance between the heart and the mind, between our masculine energy and our feminine energy. That reflects the universal archetypes. As I mentioned, the heart reflects the male archetype energy, the female archetype energies, whereas the mind, it represents the male energies, masters. As we all know, every human being has got the male and the female energy. And that's the main game of balance, masters. This Mahila Dhyana Mahachakram is basically to make us aware that for eons we have tried to express ourselves through the male energy, through the mind. The time has come, masters, to slowly turn our path from mind to heart, from our male energy to female energy, so that we can have the great balance between the heart and the mind. Now, masters, the ego structures that I have been talking about in the discussion so far, these ego structures, they serve as anchors to keep us in our bodies. So that is why I say that ego is not a bad concept. You need it to keep yourself in your bodies. But the problem is our egos do not weigh us down or delude us as egos do in third density. So in the third density is the density where egos get too complicated and we totally forget the purpose of the ego, masters. That is the biggest difference between the third and the fourth density consciousness. As we move towards the fifth density, the ego structure further disintegrates. It's breaking down, masters. So remember, the ego is there, but it's breaking down. Even at the very high levels of fourth density, the physical body is not the same. It has the capacity. It's not the same because it has the capacity to hold much more light. And eventually, it transitions from a dense physical structure like how we see ourselves to a lighter physical structure, masters. As we move into the lower levels of fifth density, so now we are moving on from third to fourth, and now we are trying to understand the next upper density, the fifth density. So as we move into the lower levels of fifth density, the ego begins to move away from individual identity to group identity, masters. This is what we call group consciousness, which is the characteristic of fifth density expression, fifth density dimension. As we move into the fifth density, the consciousness takes archetypal form, which is much more universal. That means you're not identified by so-and-so person, but you're identified with energies, masters. That is what is archetypal form means. The physical bodies, as we know, they no longer exist, masters. As we move on the spectrum from higher fifth density to further sixth density, the idea of singular identity like you, me, Saroja, Pradeep, Patri sir, these are singular identities. They diminish even more, masters. There is no anchor at this point. What was your anchor? If you remember, I said ego is our anchor to keep us in this physical body. But at this sixth density, there is no necessity. So you do not need an anchor because there is no physical body any longer. So moving into sixth density is where you start to find the idea, the feeling of group consciousness. For example, we have often talked about sixth density as expressing Christ consciousness, Buddha consciousness. So here, it's a collective of awakened energy that can still reach back through the densities and help those experiencing separation in the third density. Masters, it's very important to understand the consciousness in sixth density can always travel back to help people who are experiencing the separatedness in the third density. And as if we go back again from where we started, so from third density, as we go into the fourth density, we have the choice to act from love or fear. So masters, if you still have the doubt of which density we are, majority of the humanity for long time have been on the third density, as I had mentioned earlier. And this whole process of ascension is moving further up from third to fourth, fourth to fifth, and so on. So we have the choice to act from love or fear. Depending on what we choose, there is a certain result. And along with the result comes the dual reality, masters, the duality that we always talk about. Every choice we make has a consequence. So every choice we make actually creates a new reality line. This confuses human beings, us, because the ego thinks it has to manage and understand this process. Let's go back to an example, masters. Let's go back to an example of you or me who wants to eat, Mexican food for lunch, for example. That you who wants to eat Mexican food is very real. But that you has its own ego, masters, because it needs an anchor to separate itself from in this physical reality. So with that ego will always ask you that you are special and you are unique. So you separate yourself in your physical reality from everything else. Just like we always do, masters, we say me, mine, I. You do not share egos, meaning your ego in this reality is not the same ego present in that person who is having Mexican food. That is the nature of the ego. It never wants the same. So when it thinks about parallel realities, so what does parallel reality mean? That you can have different potential realities at any point of time, and that is what is parallel reality. So masters, if any of you have read the book Immortal, I'm going to put down the concepts of different things that we have learned along. We through Swadhyaya Yoga have learned so much, masters. We can apply all that when we are trying to understand this concept of ascension and integration. So in that book of Immortal, we have so well understood what are parallel realities. So ego cannot understand parallel realities. Ego will never accept that there is a potential that you can be at two places and you can choose which one of that reality. So when the ego thinks about parallel realities, it habitually feels like it has to control or it has to understand all the parallel realities, which that is the nature of ego, masters, to control. There can never be a right or wrong split, because in the non-duality realm of oneness, everything is equal, masters. Nothing is ever experienced accidentally. The idea of there being a right or a wrong choice is an exact example of what we are just talking about. The ego believes that it has to understand everything, categorize everything, label everything, and judge all the realities. In your true essence of the oneness, there is no right, there is no wrong, masters. Nothing is left undone, and nothing is extraneous or a mistake. As the ego begins to understand this, it learns to let go control. It struggles, masters, in the initial phase. Ego struggles, but slowly, through awareness, through self-introspection, It can slowly tame this ego so that it can understand and it learns to let go of control. And when it lets go of control, it learns that all it can do is walk the path here and now. The ego very well understands that everything is happening in here and now, right in this moment. Make choice in the moment and follow the flow of energy that unfolds from that choice that you make in this moment, masters. So experiencing linear time in a physical reality dominated by our polarized ego, which is our duality ego, is a mechanism that allows you to experience separation in a way. Separation from what? Separation from that oneness in a way that you can really fully experience being separated from the oneness. And this is what the oneness wanted, masters, the experience. And that's what we are here for. But this state of experience is only an illusion, master. It's like a hologram, which is just a photographic image. So if we can understand that this is an illusion, then it is very easy for us to understand that we are stuck in this third density drama because we are being led by this ego. So I'll give you a few examples of when the transition comes for us to move from third to fourth density, the things that we see happening within ourselves. So masters, suppose you're looking for an object, I'm just telling you the comparison between how it feels like from third density to fourth density. So suppose you're looking for an object like a water bottle, or, doesn't matter if it's a living being, your puppy, your dog. So the first part of the exercise, suppose you've got a water bottle, you want to look for it. What will you start doing? You start mentally focusing. So you use the energy of the solar plexus. That means your willpower. And your willpower will navigate. Your mind will say, yes, I want to find the bottle, right? The second part, masters, which is the fourth density behavior, you will not use the mind to look for the bottle. This part of the exercise will be heart focused, master. You will start navigating through the heart to reach the destination. If it's a water bottle or your puppy you want to find, you will not use mind. Okay, where did I last see my puppy? Next to the laundry. So, okay, it should be close to the laundry. That is mind focus, masters. This is how ego tries to take control through mind in the third density. But in fourth density, masters, you give your mind, your ego, a little bit of rest, and you follow your heart, which is your archetypal female energy. And that will navigate to your destination. And this type of reality navigation is how your state of being changes in fourth density, masters. So as I said, it doesn't matter whether it's a water bottle or the example can be anything. You will develop the ability to connect to a destination in a whole new way, masters, and without the ego as the driving force. So you might be wondering, have you ever heard of space travel, masters? The same principle is true for the space travel. When great masters travel through time and space, they choose points to have a strong connection to, masters. People, again, I'm going to quote examples of books that you are familiar with. If you have read Jonathan Seagull, what happens to Jonathan when he crosses the earth realm and goes to those light being realm, where he's got Chang, who is his master or guru, teaches Jonathan how to build the image of the other side of the shore. And he says, you can be on the other side just in this instant. But for that, you need to have clarity. You need to have focus. You need to be able to connect to the scenery of the other side where you want to be present. And masters, that forming scene of where you want to go, the destination, is called imagery. People, again, I'm going to quote books, masters, people who have read Anastasia. In that book of Anastasia, so detailed, they have talked about what imagery is. So in that book, it clearly says people of the Vedras times, that's what they call themselves, Vedras times. This is millenniums ago, where people lived through their heart, people lived through their awareness. Those time people are called well-dressed people, masters. And this is how they did. To travel, they used imagery. And today we are doubting ourselves, masters. We think we cannot transcend space and time. We feel ourselves limited by this physical limitations. So in that example that I was talking about, that is reaching to a water bottle, see how the understanding and your physical reality changes when you move from third to fourth density. And there is so much emotional game that is happening all the time, masters. Every intention that we place is an emotional energy. Emotional energy is nothing but karma, masters. We care all this while we had our understanding of karma as a tooth for a tooth, an eye for an eye. But the time has come, masters, as part of this ascension. We all need to understand that we need to refine our understanding of karma. Karma is nothing but emotional energy. In the end, it often comes down to self-forgiveness and releasing that guilt and blame energy if you want to be released out of this emotional energy of karma, masters. Until you address the emotional pattern that has caused the intention to create harm, the cycle repeats. So it's just not enough that you think, okay, I'm not going to do this anymore, but that thought comes again. You might not have done it in reality, but understand, masters, intention is energy. Intention is an emotional energy, and that's good enough to trigger your karma cycle. So most important thing is, if we want to get out of this karma cycle in the chain of this third density, we need to address the emotional pattern that caused the intention to start this whole karma cycle. That is why working with the emotional body is so important right now, masters. So to transcend your third density experience and move into fourth density as a species, masters, you need to address the emotional energy that has been locked within you for so long as you have been stuck in this third density for. So now from a fourth density perspective, if we try to understand from that perspective, consciousness begins to know itself and starts acting from a place of integrity. So integrity arises when thoughts, when emotions and actions, they're all in alignment. Something very hard to understand when you are in an ego-dominated reality. In fourth density reality, you don't need external ethics or rules. You don't need anyone to tell you that this is right, you should be doing this, you should be abiding by the law. Those kind of external ethics and rules and laws are required for third density. But as the human race progresses from third density to fourth density, you don't need those external ethics or rules, because your actions are guided by internal alignment. And internal alignment for what I just mentioned, your thoughts, your emotions, your actions, rather than what the ego desires. So when actions come from an internal alignment towards that wholeness, being ethical, and how that plays out in reality, this becomes a very natural process for us, masters. And that is what creates harmony in the society. That is what the ultimate results we see in the fourth density. So letting go of the patterns that we have carried for so long, that stop us from living as our true state of love. Very important, master, what I'm saying. We have to let go of the pattern. What kind of patterns? That have really stopped us from living from our true state of love. It is most important now, and that's the first step in our healing and transformation process, masters. So that topic, when I was mentioning integration, that is nothing but the healing and the transformation process that we go through in this journey of ascension, masters. So as a physical being, whether we have mental or emotional, physical or spiritual pain, it's inevitable, because that's the part of the learning. So we are very polarized. Everything has got the two extreme. So anyone in a physical body, they feel pain. But when you feel pain from a neutral place, that is from non-dual place, then it is merely a sensation that you can release. If you don't want, you can say, I release it, or you just integrate and say, yes, I've got the experience, that's enough. And if you do not deny, most of the time what we are denying, masters, either we are denying pain, we don't want that experience, or we get too much attached to that experience. So if we stop doing either of those, then the pain just moves through us very simply. So suffering has to do with attachments, masters, that we have to the pain. And those pains are, like hatred of pain. We avoid things, we reject things. So we are trying to resist the experience that are coming to us in the physical reality. And when we reject those experiences that are coming to us, masters, that's what gives us the pain. So when we start accepting the reality, it just starts flowing through us, masters. And when you master pain, you experience an indescribable level of freedom that creates a momentum that accelerates your awakening, masters. So that ascension process comes with awakening. So what accelerates your awakening is how you accept the experiences that come into your life. So aspect of embracing physicality is a path to awakening, masters. Do not reject your reality because you think, oh my God, I've been in this physical reality for too long. I want to be a light being. You were a light being, masters. You consciously have come into this physical realm. So aspect of embracing physicality is a path to awakening. The oneness, the one consciousness wanted to experience separations, masters. But now that we are separated, the separated forms that we are, all these parts are screaming, saying, no, I don't want to be here. This is what we are all doing. We are rejecting our reality. The prime directive of that one consciousness is to experience this separation. But as a separated being, we are resisting, masters. We develop coping mechanism, ways to deny emotions. We don't want emotions. Oh, that's painful. This is harmful. So we are denying emotions. We avoid physical pain. The mind pulls us into a constant loop of dialogue. Whatever we are going through, masters, we don't just experience that experience. There's a constant dialogue going in our mind. And that is what is creating suffering in us, masters. We don't really fully embody ourselves until the fourth density. So all this painful process is when we are in third density. But that painful process is only painful because we are rejecting this part of our third density reality, masters. So we have to go deep into the experience of separation if we want to be free of it. That is the only way to come out of this experience, masters. So we are all moving into a cycle of integration, masters. We are not as separated, and there is less polarization as we're moving forward. So as we move into the fourth density, we embody ourselves more. That means we accept ourselves more. In third density, we come into a realm of separation, which is very intense, chaotic, and the ego is always resisting it. We push away pain, and what we are doing, we are chasing pleasures, masters. But as we move into the fourth density, one of the characteristics of this integration is that we stop resisting things like pain, sorrow, sadness. So we stop resisting things we don't like in third density, but in fourth density we don't resist them any longer. We stop trying to control. Instead, we embrace the entire experience of physicality, and that's what we mean by embodying ourselves more. So embodying means, masters, we're embracing the experience of physicality. With that, we become more present. We realize that this is a paradox. What is a paradox? Two opposite realities at the same time. So when we become fully present in the fourth density, it means we have surrendered to our experience of physicality. And that is, masters, when it's time to go home. That is what we're all trying to do, isn't it, masters? We're all craving to go home. And unless we accept our realities, masters, the way to home is not going to be clear for us. Now, masters, this particular path to going home is only becomes difficult, masters, when we are on the third density path. But as we start moving to the fourth density, masters, this becomes much more easier for us to understand. So collectively, we are moving into a confusing period because of this emotional game that is going on, masters. So we are moving into this confusing period of deep emotional release, which is a very necessary part of a species awakening process, masters. When your heart frequency shifts, the blockages in your emotional body, they begin to melt like, wax, masters, the candle wax. We are physical beings who still have the anchor of ego, and the mind demands understanding. The mind wants to grab it and look at it through a microscope. When we obsessively, we have this obsession. So when we obsessively examine something, masters, you are missing the experience. So for example, you are standing there looking at a sunrise, and now you start, if you just stand there looking at the sunrise, masters, it's beautiful. There's no words. Your heart can feel it, but words can't describe, masters. If you try to start now describing it, you'll have to analyze it. You have to use your logical mind. That means now you have started using the microscope, and the beauty goes away, masters. So when you obsessively start examining things, you miss the experience. That is why what it is it is important that we have to balance our experience with all this understanding. When we are confused about a concept, and when our mind tries to grasp and dissect it, dissect means cut it into different cross section, instead of just being there and experiencing it, this is the problem that arises, masters. So if you cannot understand a concept, stop going through the logical mind and dissecting it. Just be there, masters. Doesn't matter what experience it is. I've given you an example of sunrise, but that's not it, masters. Everything in our life, whether it's pain or pleasure or the so-called challenges, if you cannot make a sense out of it, then just be there. Just experience it. And in that experience, true understanding comes, masters. Be fully present with the experience. And through your experience, in that experience, surely the understanding will flow through you, because experiences create understanding, masters. One thing we all need to understand is when we hear about this word awakening, we think we have to do something. No, masters. The process of awakening, going towards, healing process or integration process, this whole process of awakening is not to do something. It's actually a process of not doing anything. The ego fears the state of not doing because it sees its function coming to a close. So when you're not doing anything, ego is getting worried because it knows that if you don't do anything for a long time, you will start enjoying it, and then the ego will cease. So this is the challenge that we have, masters. The ego is always pushing us into a doing state, but the awakening process will only happen in the non-doing phase, masters. The oneness consciousness is always at rest, masters. It is calm. There is no conflict there when you are in oneness, because there is no duality, and it exists in a completely balanced state. But duality is a basic truth of existence once you enter a physical reality. So to understand this duality, if I can give you an example, masters, we all know the symbol of infinity. You know how the infinity symbol is. The point where the symbol crosses or the two loops meet, master, that together, that is the point of oneness. If you can, I'm just giving you an example so that you can understand what is the state of calmness when you are in oneness, and what is the state of the duality when you go in that physical reality. And the best example is that symbol of infinity, where you have a loop and then another loop, and both the loops join at that point. So that is the point of oneness, masters. And existence in physical reality brings you in a state where energy flows through the cycle of duality. So that cycle of duality are the two loops on the either side of that infinite sign, masters. And when you're going from your physical energy, your male energy to female energy, you always cross that point of oneness, which is the balance, masters. And this archetypal male energy, female energy, which is also called yin and yang, can be so nicely understood with that symbol of infinity. And every time, what we require is that balancing point between the two energies, masters. So the relationship is between that one point and the separated realities, which are the two loops. So when we are born as human, it appears that we have moved into a reality of separation, but we have never left oneness, masters. It is an illusion that has been created for this experience. There is nowhere to go separate from the oneness. The oneness contains it all, including every realm of separation, including us. We're still in that ocean or the lake of oneness, masters. We are now in the beginning phases of crossing the threshold into the fourth densities, masters. For a long time, in the last few years, this process has been going where, humanity's effort, or where the shift is happening from third density to fourth density. Intense separation can no longer be completely maintained, masters. All these days, it was okay. The war, the non-understanding, the conflict was okay in the middle of this third density, but now this intense separation can no longer be completely maintained, masters, because energy is moving towards integration, and that means you eventually become less ego driven. So you stop using much your mind, more heart driven, coming to the balance point between yin and yang, between the male energy and the female energy. It also means you once again become aware of the truth of non-linear spirituality. So masters, linear spirituality is the linear phase that we are in. Everything is linear, including time and space. But then you start understanding the truth of non-linear spirituality once you start working from less ego-driven reality. What you experience in this life affects the collective, masters. Everything you experience, it gets absorbed back into that lake of oneness, if lake makes sense, or the ocean of oneness. So from that oneness, we all emerge as separate consciousness in grand harmony, doing all this drama of densities, masters, where all individual beings, we carry the complete picture of oneness. Each one of us are complete essence of that oneness, but we play only a part of it, because that's the drama we have come here. Though we have the complete essence of oneness, but each one of us have come here to play only a part of it. So all parts of the separatedness, they become vital to form this dance of wholeness, masters, that the singular ego can't see. The singular ego only sees me, because I'm only expressing one part of my oneness, and that's all the ego sees. But if you can put together all parts of this singular, the singular consciousness, then you will see that it's nothing but the whole, and imbalance is impossible, masters. So all this separatedness that comes from the oneness have imprints that you might consider wounds or karmas or whatever it is. So the lives in which these drops incarnate, they play out the drama necessary to resolve this unresolved patterns of the whole, masters. So whatever is unresolved at the whole, that is being completed through all our individual representations. So these individual singular drops from this ocean of oneness, they emerge and they take these ego forms, and then they go back to that oneness. But when you are in this singular identity, even then you can balance, masters. We've had such great masters like Buddha, Jesus. They had physical bodies, but they still played out the duality of being an individual, a separate identity with an ego, and at the same time, the awakened oneness. They did both this simultaneously, masters. Buddha, Jesus, and others, great masters, they've attempted to show us this way on countless worlds. It's just not on this earth world alone, masters. Countless worlds, this cycle just goes on. You know, the drops coming out of this ocean of oneness, coming out in the physical form, but they have the potential of complete awakened consciousness because they are the oneness. So every drop carries the potential for full awakening to that oneness consciousness. But the ego might say, you know, ego doesn't realize that you are already there. So it keeps saying, I want to be one of those awakened people. So it'll look at Christ and Jesus and say, I want to be that. Because it doesn't realize that within each one of us, we have complete potential. That's the paradox that we are in, masters. In many of the fourth density teachings that we have just been talking about, the process of awakening, hence, is not doing, master. There's nothing to do. It's actually a process of not doing. The ego, again, as I mentioned before, fears the state of not doing because it sees that its function will come to a close if it goes to that non-doing phase. When we talk about not doing, we do not mean just sitting on the couch and just drinking water or coffee or beer or something like that. We mean a state of allowance, just allowing, a state of openness that compels you to move with the flow of the universe in a way that is not directed by ego. Most of us who have had this awakening experience at times, we know that they come when you are in a state of allowance and not when you are chasing after these moments. You will never get those awakening experiences, masters. Those experiences only come when in your state of allowance. So moving with the flow is foundational essence, master, of awakening. So when this individual drops, the individuals that emerge out of this oneness, they express whatever is needed by the one, whatever physical experience they've come, and then they return back to the oneness. There is no hierarchy, masters, that particular individual is greater than this particular individual is no, there is no hierarchy. There is no story of self-importance that our ego tells us. Everything is completely balanced at all times, which is so hard for the ego to understand and accept when faced with things it does not like. It does not, but if ego can't understand things, it won't like. So it won't let you do that. This is our true nature, masters. Our existence as third density beings for so many thousands of years has blinded us with the eyes of separation, masters. It has blinded us. It is not what it looks like through the eyes of the ego. Again, this is a normal part of evolution. There's nothing abnormal in it. That's how it's meant to be in the third density. But for how long, masters? We have to move on. So it was right when you were in the third density, but time has come to move on, masters. This is all part of evolution. Now that we are moving into the fourth density and to the fifth density thereof, and we are beginning our awakening process, masters. We're all sensing the infinite nature of our being outside the realm of duality. So though we can feel this duality, masters, we all know that there is something outside this duality which connects us all. And when do we feel that? In that magic moment, masters, when we are feeling that, when we are just allowing things to just happen, not chasing after things. That is when we feel this, masters. We see the infinite nature of our being outside the realm of this duality. So, it is not an intellectual process, masters. What do I mean by intellectual process? So all that I explained, this ascension, this awakening, this integration. It's not something that you take a paper and you start writing down, okay, I'm at point A. How do I go from point A to point B to point C? Make a forward plan, a project plan, stick it on a fridge and say, okay, what do I do now today? What do I do tomorrow? We do not have to tax our mind so much, masters. It's not that using of intellect and following step by step is hard. This is an experimental process, masters. In this experimental process, we just have to let go and accept things the way they are coming, because everything that is coming to you is absolutely divinely pre-planned, masters. So when you open to the flow of the energy, to the flow of the life goes exactly the way that it's meant to be. And what's the path that's meant to be, masters? That is the path of ascension. You smoothly keep on going through this path of evolution or ascension and reach the destination. You open yourself to the oneness. For it is all that is, masters. It is the one. It is you. There is really nowhere to go, masters, though we all keep talking about destination. The destination that we have always been looking for is here, is now, is in this eternal moment, masters. Because that oneness that we are craving for, we already have it within us. We just have to allow ourselves to connect to that, to feel that, to experience that. So, masters, with that, I will stop my topic of ascension, awakening, and integration. So as we move forward, I'm sure that some of you who have been wondering about these terms, by what we have discussed, your understanding has become a little bit more clearer. Thank you very much for giving me this great opportunity. I thank Pyramid Spiritual Society's Moment, Patri Sir, Mahila Dhyana Mahachakram 2, and the PMC channel for giving me this great opportunity today to connect with you, divine beings. Thank you very much, masters.
Hi friends and Pyramid Masters, this is Pratima from Minneapolis, USA, and my heartfelt gratitude to my Guru Brahmarshi Pitaama Subhash Patriji and Swarnamala Patri ma'am. Thank you so much for giving me this wonderful opportunity to share my spiritual experience and my transformation with you all today. My journey into this world of meditation started at the age of 15 years from the guidance of my elder brother. He not only introduced me to this spirituality, but also to our dearest Guru Patri sir. It was on Jan 14th, 1999. I still remember the day when I first met Patri sir, attending his meditation session, and I really liked the way how Patri sir received me and my family, and had a sweet conversation. And I have no clue that a guru can be this friendly with everyone. And that's when I felt like, yeah, I found my guru for this life, and I decided that the spirituality ignited in me, and I decided that I am going to meditate every day. And yeah, I used to meditate, practice meditation, but it was not so much consistent. Because I somehow get to give importance to some of my like education or some of my activities. So that's how like where I used to be little inconsistent, but I used to meditate on and off. But as we all believe that every change comes from a need. So the same happened with me. I was suffering with a health issue at the same time. I was not interested to take medication or treatment. Till then, the person who was doing meditation not regularly to escape from that medication and treatment and heal myself without medicines, I thought of giving a try with meditation, because as we all hear that from the spiritual masters experiences that meditation can heal the illness. So I thought like, let me give a try. So I don't have much idea about like what happens during meditation and all, but I only know that it's just a simple meditation technique to just sit calm and just observe your natural breath. So I thought like, okay, let me try if meditation can heal me. And I took that opportunity as an experiment. And yeah, I took a challenge of 45 days of challenge and disciplined myself doing meditation for 45 minutes every day. So the actual purpose of my meditation is to heal myself. But during this journey, I also came across many wonderful experiences which transformed me from a person who was shy, introvert, hesitant, and lack of focus on my education to a person who realized that everything is within to achieve anything by just a simple technique of observation on the breath, which is anapanasati meditation. So that's when I truly decided that this is something which is part of my life, not an exercise of to be done every day. So from then I started meditating every day till now. It's not it's not an exercise for me now. It's part of my life. It's part of my lifestyle. So I always, before meditation, I always used to think that I am not whom I am and there is no bliss in my life and all. But as I started my journey inwards, I realized that happiness is inside and started liking the way I am. I started experiencing third eye visions, many astral travels, and I used to connect to astral masters, and I used to receive a lot of wisdom from the masters. And when if sometimes I am not doing well, I used to heal myself. Now I know how to heal myself when I am sick. So that's how I can teach others to like how to heal themselves, because uh, I know now how to do that. So I have seen, and also I saw many of my past lives, and which really gave me an understand, changed the perception of my thinking. Of perception of my thinking. Earlier, I used to feel that this is not the way I need to live, and why all these pains for me, all these kind of situations to me, why only me? But after seeing all my previous lives, I now understand the purpose of my life and how precious this life is to me. So from then I started utilizing every opportunity to the best. And after the, like in case of education, I improved my grades and I scored top in my graduation. And now I have a wonderful job with a happy married life. So meditation is a gift in my life. It helped me to transform from a person who always used to complain and judge others to a person who always, like a person who accepts and everyone and everything as how they are. So meditation really helped me to be in presence all the time. That's how I was able to uh, observe every situation and learn from every person and everything. Now I know I have become a person that accept everyone and every thing as how they are. And I'm learning every day. I'm learning from some or other thing from everyone or every situation. That's how I'm just evolving in this spiritual life. And this I'm learning a lot from the masters around me by attending their discourses. And I'm so thankful to my Guru Patri sir, who has been with me since my childhood, from the day when I started meditation. He was always with me and he used to clarify every single doubt I have. I used to communicate with him. I used to share my experiences with him, and he used to patiently listen to all my experiences and he used to answer to all my questions. And I am kind of a person who is not a very good book reader. I always love doing a practical experiment. So during this meditation journey, I used to every day I used to sit in meditation, and I used to do a lot of experiments with energy or with pyramid, with crystals. And with all these practical experiments, I learned a lot. I learned many things. And Patri sir always very supportive to me. He used to encourage me when he know that I am doing all these experiments. He used to say, "Go on, try or do as much as experiments and learn the real facts." And yeah, so he was my strong support. I now when I turn back, I see that I always think how my life would be without meditation. I how I used to think and how I used to take every opportunity in my life, every challenge in my life, if I was not doing meditation. Now every tiny challenge to a big challenges, I take them as like an opportunity, like a puzzle, a riddle, and I try to solve them. I really enjoy my life. I'm enjoying every day in my life with this meditation, with this energies. And not only me, now my husband, my child who is 7 years old, they also do meditation every day. It's like part of our life. We do meditation every day. We share a lot of wisdom with each other. We motivate each other, and it's a beautiful life. We are enjoying that. And we thought, like, yes, how happy we are every day, how happily we are enjoying our life. So we decided that we want to spread this happiness, we want to shower this love to everyone on the mother earth unconditionally, as how my guru does. He never shown any sort of differences between person to person. He treats everyone as his soul family. So I learned, not only me, my family also learned a lot from Patri sir. So we decided to spread this happiness, and now I am taking meditation classes to adults and kids in Minneapolis, and kids from 4 years old to 18 years. kids are attending my meditation classes, and not only in Minneapolis. Now I'm taking meditation classes to the kids from different countries, and like I take a class every Thursday, weekly ones, and almost near about like 45 to 50 kids attend my class, and they really have fun because I would love to share my practical experiences, the wisdom what I gain with my experiments, and that's where they connect with me a lot. They enjoy the interaction what we have in between during the wisdom sessions, and I do a guided meditation to the kids and or adults whoever attend my meditation classes. And apart from that, no, I led the Inner Journey 9th and 18th groups. So Inner Journey 9th group was limited to America, but Inner Journey 18th group, which is like we had a large group of 300 people from across from 11 countries, and that was a wonderful experience to me, traveling with all of them. So every day we used to meditate for 2 hours, and in the early morning from 4 a.m. to 6 a.m. So it used to be like one, and we used to connect to the universe. And I had learned a lot from this inner journey meditation. Like I learned about the dimension. I experienced the what all the dimensions we have, and interacted with many uh, masters from different dimensions, and that was a beautiful journey. And not only me, everyone who was part of that group, they thoroughly enjoyed this process, and they showered their gratitude for being part of that group, and everyone really enjoyed that inner journey sessions. And now I'm just we are doing a meditation for bringing the pyramids in every state of America. So we are doing a 21 days of meditation now. All the group from America is connecting together, and we are doing meditation. So like this, not only this, like we are I'm doing many sessions, spiritual sessions and wisdom sharing sessions, um, and doing a guided meditation during the meditation. So it's a beautiful journey. I am really enjoying the watching everyone how beautifully they are enjoying their meditation, their experiences when they connect to the universe and get in that trance. And also, I'm learning a lot from everyone, hearing their experiences, and the wisdom from all the spiritual masters. So, friends, I'm so thankful to the Patri sir for this digital meditation summits, where like now the knowledge sharing has become so vast that we are receiving a lot of wisdom, knowledge from every masters just sitting at home. And this lockdown has given us a wonderful opportunity where we don't need to go anywhere, just sit at home and access the PMC channels, and learn as much as it is all up to us how much ever we can learn. There is a abundant knowledge and wisdom sharing sessions we have in PMC channel. So it's all up to us how much we are ready to learn. So I'm so glad this mainly this lockdown period has brought a lot of transformation in all of us. And this moment where we all are connecting on Zoom, doing lot of meditation sessions, and that is where we are. Our spiritual journey is becoming more and more fruitful. So, and yeah, friends, this is all the spiritual services what I'm doing. I don't say it as service, but I'm enjoying every session with the session and interaction with everyone. So thank you so much for giving me this beautiful opportunity to share my experience and about what all the services I do and doing in this lockdown period. And thank you so much.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Denisa Ionica from Brussels, living and working in Belgium and namely in Brussels. I'm working for one of the prestigious institutions of the European Union, the European Research Council. I'm very happy and very grateful and honored to speak to you, to share my experience with you. And I would like to give my deepest gratitude and thanks to Patriji, our Guruji Patriji sir, and Patri Madam. Also to the PSSM Global, who introduced me and who involved me in so many activities, and definitely to the whole PSSM family, that it became my family as well. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. So all this experience I'm telling in the context of Mahila Dhyana Mahachakran. This is the female consciousness that came and is coming more and more into the world. How it evolved my experience? What can I tell you about my journey? Actually, my spiritual journey started very, very early, when I was 3 years old. When I realized, and not myself, but my parents, my grandparents realized that I could already read. Nobody taught me. They just thought that maybe from the neighboring children, elder children taught me how to read, but I knew already. And actually, all my childhood and even later on, I knew things that other people, and I perceived things that other people didn't. I was not aware of that at that moment. I was never aware since my late 40s, when I realized that actually I was on a spiritual journey. I was raised and educated in a very traditional, classical, Christian, Orthodox family. I was somehow set for having this kind of life with a good education, getting married, going to the university, getting a good diploma, being a prestigious citizen. And it was somehow, my road was somehow planned. My road was, and my life was somehow set from the beginning. From my parents, my teachers, my educators, the church. However, it never happened that way. Never happened the way it has been planned. The way my parents and myself, I planned it this way. In my life came so many challenges. I experienced whatever you may imagine, difficulties, failures, all sorts of failures at absolutely any level. And now, looking back, I remember and I realize that actually I was on a spiritual journey. I was meant to have all these experiences for my growth, for my understanding, to have a deeper understanding of the others, to have a deeper understanding of the experience and what is life about. What are other people feelings? What are other people experiencing? I felt them. I was very much in the emotional field of myself and of the others. I sensed things so easily but it was very difficult for me to realize that. I was just considered as being a hypersensitive person. I was just considered to be a very slow learner at school. My parents were very disappointed, and the school teachers were very disappointed of me because they had a lot of expectations. Later on, I realized, and I've been diagnosed as being dyslexic. I did my best. I learned, and I worked so hard to be at the same level of the others. But at that time, I wasn't. I was a thorough learner, a slow learner, but a thorough learner. And my parents were very disappointed because teachers were saying, oh, just don't have too many expectations. She will never go to the university. She will never manage to go that far because she's not that smart. It was nothing about being smart. I was such a thorough, I had such a thorough understanding of things around that normal people did not perceive it the same way. However, later on, I managed to have like 2 university degrees. Miracle? No, I don't think so. They considered that I was not smart, but I had the light inside of me. I had a God. I had the divine. I was always connected to the divine. But now I realize, because there was a lot of suffering, there was a lot of failures, there was a lot of struggling, until I realized that those were my teachers. They were my lessons. I learned incredibly much. Not from the books. I learned from the books as well, because I always loved reading. I was always extremely curious, and I love reading. But I learned about life, and I learned about the deepest, to understand at the deepest level, through the divine that was in me. that I was connected to the divine. And so when my journey started, I was totally unconscious of what is happening to me. I thought that that's life, whether it's coming and then all sorts of experiences, that it never ever came the way I planned. But it went the way the universe planned it for me. And that was my path. A couple of years ago, more precisely, not a couple, but I would say more than 12 years ago, I got very sick, very, very sick. And I did not know. There was no cure for me. I could not find a cure. Nothing seemed to help. And at a certain point, somebody suggested me to try meditation. I could hardly know what meditation was. It was just something that I've heard, that I've learned vaguely, that is happening. It's an ancient tradition or practice somewhere far away in Asia, but I didn't know much more about it. So I tried to learn meditation. I tried to meditate. It didn't really work. I didn't really get into the meditation. Then I started learning meditation from Tibetan monks. I contacted Tibetan monks. I went to different temples to learn meditation and to practice. It didn't really help me in the beginning. I was not really much in, but I realized that actually I was looking for a master. And I looked for a master for about 3-4 years. I met several spiritual masters from different cultures, different orientations, different religions. But it was not the religion that interested me. It was the core, the pure spirituality, the pure message from the divine that I was looking for. And that message and those teachings I could not find in any of the masters. I found something and I learned something a little bit there, and then I got more and more into the meditation. I learned how to practice meditation, and I sit in meditation. I sat for hours. It was very difficult in the beginning, but then little by little I got into it. And with the guidance of different masters, with different monks, I learned more and more. Still, there was something missing. I was looking for a real master. I was looking for the master. But that was some kind of voice inside that was telling me. Well, with the years, I got cured. Meditation helped me to cure from that disease. Everyone was just astonished. People did not believe, really. They said, what was the medication that you got? Where were the doctors? What was you went maybe to get some silence in the mountains, because I used to go to have retreats in the mountains. I tried fasting. I just raw food, and I turned into vegetarian. And they thought that was my cure. But, well, it helped. Everything helped. I turned into being a vegetarian, a pure vegetarian. I used to fast at least 3 times a year. And meditation, it became my lifestyle. Meditation, it became little by little, I integrated in my life. Morning meditation, evening meditation. Sometimes, even when I got very busy at work, when there were some some problems, some tensions in the work environment, when I needed really to be concentrated, when I needed inspiration, I sat in meditation and I got connected to the divine. And that was the fabulous thing, that inspiration came, creativity came, everything came. But most of all, my cure came. I got cured of that disease that completely disappeared. And not only that it disappeared and I got myself healed, I started evolving, moving on my spiritual path, moving higher and higher, learning new things, new techniques. Later on, having seen so much suffering and so much struggle around me, at my working place, in my environment, people like being in such a spiral, not living their lives, not stopping for one moment, not even during their night sleep. People got so stressed. People got so much involved in the professional life. And in that rush, permanent rush, they did not have time to stop for a moment, reflect or meditate. And then I thought that maybe I could help in a way. I got myself healed. I know a lot of things. I know how to guide a meditation. I know how to support people. I was willing to do it. I felt like I had that drive to go towards people, at least to try to propose them. Listen, why don't you try meditation? Why don't you try to turn into vegetarian? Why don't you try to sit and have my guidance? And maybe it may help. So I started more and more to propose, first to my colleagues, then friends, people around, neighbors. I start talking to everybody. People were just staring at me. Yeah, what is she talking about? And what is about this meditation? Yes, I've heard something about it, but it has something to do with some Buddhism or... No. I said, no, let's demystify it. Let's turn into practice. And let me explain you what it's about, just very shortly, but it's not even about explaining. You don't need to know that much. Try it out. Sit there. Look at your breath. Observe your breath. Breath meditation, your divine breath. Stay with your breath, with your natural flow, with your beautiful flow of the breath. It's your best friend. It's your life companion. It's your life force energy. And it seemed that people were just maybe at first curious. They wanted a little bit and more to learn. So in this way, I attracted more and more people. However, I felt that there was something missing inside of me. I missed myself. I missed a guide. Myself, I need the master. So eventually, last year in 2019, I went for business to Malaysia, to Kuala Lumpur, and I was there for about 10 days. And I was thinking that, why should I felt like meditating in a group, and I was looking for a group to meditate. And then I Googled and I found a couple of addresses. I sent a couple of mails, and only one person answered to me. That was Pyramid Meditation Malaysia and Master Lechmanan, who became himself and his family my friends, invited me to meditate with them, introduced me to pyramid meditation. I did not know. Strangely, I was always, from my childhood, I was fascinated by the pyramids, by the pyramid itself, by the energy of the pyramid. I was always fascinated by vegetarianism. So they introduced me, himself, Master Lechmanan, and his wife, lovely, lovely people, invited me to meditate with them, with the team, with the group, invited me in their own pyramid, in their garden, to meditate there, also at the center. And I was fascinated. I was, wow. I was like, I would like to go on. I would like to learn more. I would like to know more. And he said, well, yeah, you should meet, and really, you should come back. You should go to India, maybe with us, for a special event, and you should meet our master, our Guruji, Patriji. And he gave me magazines with spiritual science, and I read them through. And 1 year passed. We kept in touch. And then he said, well, let us go. Maybe I should also, we will all go to India. And maybe you have the opportunity, you will have the opportunity we'll introduce you to Patriji sir, to our Guruji. And finally, it was very strange because it was not planned. I did not plan anything. I had to go to Malaysia, but for business, but I did not plan to go to India. And it just came like that. Well, nothing happens. I'm deeply convinced that nothing happens by accident. So, and they insisted that I should go. And I said, okay, I'll buy a ticket. I'll fly from Kuala Lumpur to Hyderabad and I'll go there. And there it was. I went to Hyderabad. I met Patriji. It was absolutely fascinating because I had the opportunity and the honor, the privilege to travel with him and with his team for 3 days. So we moved from place to place. I was assisting him. I was there when he was delivering speeches, when all the activities that he has done, I was there next to him, and he pushed me to talk to people. He pushed me to deliver, to talk about my journey, to speak about myself, my experience. I did not expect that at all. And I realized that I finally found my master. And that was maybe the most fabulous experience of my whole life, spending the 3 days. Well, and also I meditated in that, my apologies, but I don't remember the name of that big pyramid very close to Hyderabad. I went there to visit the spot, the place around, and I had a very, very nice and useful guides. And I had the privilege to meditate inside and also in the King's Chamber, I think. It has been called, it's called like that. It was fascinating. And ever since, I got in touch with the 2 daughters of Patriji and Patriji mom. And I was with Parinita and with Pari from the US. I'm constantly in touch with all the masters all across Europe, in Malaysia, Singapore, all the Europeans, and from Germany. And our dearest, he said, why don't you spread meditation in Belgium or in France, in the French-speaking countries? And I said, yeah, why not? I would love to, but I would like to have this setting to somehow to know where and how shall I approach, and what shall I say, and what type of meditation. And well, ever since I follow lots of trainings of the Pyramid Valley masters, and all sorts of trainings, all sorts of seminars. I follow, I learn a lot. And since April, I spread meditation in Belgium, France, Romania. These are actually the languages I would like to first. Nowadays it's in English. I give meditation classes in English, but little by little I will also start doing it in French, because many French people do not definitely they would like to have the meditations in French. So I must say that I found my master. I found a purpose, my purpose, to spread meditation, to inspire people, to spread wisdom, to transform, to help people transform. And I found my place and my family, which is PSSM. Well, during my journey, I was inspired by many books. I read lots of spiritual books. But if I had to mention one, the one that it's still next to my bed. For many years, it's been there. It's like a Bible. And that book is The 40 Rules of Love of, strangely, it's been written by a woman. That's not anything strange, but it had to be written by a woman because we are in the female consciousness. And this lady is Elif Shafak. She's Turkish. She lives, I think, in the UK or in the US. And that book talks about the spiritual journey of the greatest mystical mentor and master poet, Rumi. It is an absolutely fabulous book talking about 10 rules of divine love and what is love about. I would really recommend that book, and that was actually the book that inspired me most. So to tell you a little bit more about my daily activities, I give meditation classes for PSSM on behalf of the PSSM 4 times a week. I have my groups. I spread meditation. I spread wisdom. I take subjects, lots of subjects that I develop. And people are really grateful. Myself, I'm very grateful to have this opportunity because I can help people. I can transform people. I can help them with their health issues, and I can help them transform and evolve, grow on their spiritual path. That's my mission. Myself, I feel that I can't imagine a day without meditation. I wake up early, very early in the morning. I sit in meditation. Then I give myself classes. I have a full-time work. Sometimes I get really overwhelmed, and sometimes there are tensions. Sometimes it's a lot of work. I sit and I meditate. I get inspiration. I get inspired. I get strength. I get empowered. I connect to the divine. I connect to the universe. And that's my biggest joy, to bring the divine into the 3D reality, to bring the wisdom, the universal wisdom, to bring it to the normal life, to spread myself, my love that is surrounding me, my energy, because I healed myself. I raise my energy. I uplift myself. I live in such a beautiful state of being that is it's absolutely obvious that people feel great around me. And I spread that love to people. I spread that energy. I spread also my knowledge, all the knowledge, everything what I learned from Patriji, from all the PSSM masters, from other masters, from doctors, from all the speakers that I follow. Every single day I learn something. Every single day I follow sessions. I follow, for example, I just love Dhyana Jagath's sessions, seminars. They're absolutely fabulous. I contacted him and I learned a lot from his wisdom and all the sessions that he's giving. And all the books that he's suggesting. I keep learning on one hand. I keep practicing, experiencing myself. And on the other hand, I give it away. I share it. Actually, I'm not giving. I'm spreading it. I share. Actually, I share that with my family. I share it with my colleagues. I share it in every environment, everywhere where I go, I share. So how do I feel before the meditation and after the meditation? I think I'm all the time feeling good. Because sometimes, yeah, that's true. We get imbalanced, or maybe a little bit sick, or a little bit now with the pandemics. There is so much energy of fear and anxiety around that is taking us down. But with everything that I'm spreading, the meditation, vegetarianism, I try to impact this energy. I try to do this. I realize that I have more and more impact on people. People living in these huge cities, especially in this capital of Europe, people have different mindsets. They are more in this 3D reality. They are rational. It's still somehow of a little bit of taboo. We don't speak too much spirituality because that's for let them be for the spiritual people, for people in the churches, people in the regardless the religion, let them be for them. They are dedicated to that. But we are people here making laws, we are making policies, we support Europe. That's true. It's a lot of work. And they have that mindset to being rational, to creating value for this society. However, I strongly believe that combining spirituality, wisdom, opening to the wisdom of the universe, being connected to the divine, bringing the divine inside. Actually, we have the divine inside, but we are disconnected. Sitting in meditation and opening yourself to the unified field, that field of infinite possibilities, we can make what they call miracles. But for us spiritual people, we don't call them miracles. That's the divine inside. That's the divine up there. That's the unified field. We are all one. And when we feel during meditation, very often after the meditation, people tell me, I felt absolutely fabulous. I felt that I'm all in one and one in all. They reach that wonderful oneness because we live in oneness. We are one. We are all connected. And the technologies, now we can observe that through the technology, how much connected we are, how easy it is, me in Brussels, to get connected to people in India and in the US and in Singapore or Malaysia or wherever around the world, how easy it is. And how much in the technologies, these new technologies, they teach us and they want to give us the lesson that we are all connected. We all live in the same field. And this is what we should also learn from there. So, dear friends, I would talk for hours and for hours to give you more, to tell you more about myself. But I think the essential thing was here. And I would resume it in a couple of words. During the past 12 years, I realized that I'm really on a spiritual path, that I grew and I evolved at an incredible high level. I see the world from a different perspective. I meditate every single day, and not only for myself. I raise my vibration. I raise my wisdom. I expand my consciousness. And not only that, I spread it around. I sustain, support, and help people. And I found my master, which is Patriji. I found my family, which is PSSM. And one last thing, I promised Patriji to write a book. And I'm on my way. It takes some time because I have two busy moments. My days are too busy. And I can already reveal the name, the title of the book. It's 3 Days with the Master. Thank you very much. I hope I could one day connect with you and sustain, support, spread once again and many times my wisdom, my experience, my life experience, my spiritual experience, and help, support, and give you some of my wisdom. Thank you so much. Namaste.
our PSUSM has started a new program called as SWAG. It means Save Water and Go Green. S for save, W for water, G for go, and another G for green. Save water and go green, my dear friends. We should not waste water. We should always be very, very careful in conserving our water resources. Let us not waste a drop of water.
బ్రహ్మర్షి పితామహ పత్రిజీ గారి శ్రీమతి స్వర్ణమాల పత్రియమ్మ ఆధ్వర్యంలో తెలంగాణ రంగారెడ్డి జిల్లా కడ్తాల్ కైలాసపురిలో PMC నిర్వహణలో జరుగుతున్న మహిళా ధ్యాన మహాచక్రం 2 8వ రోజుకి ఘన స్వాగతం పలుకుకుందాం మాస్టర్స్. ప్రశాంతంగా పితామహ గారి వేణునాదంలో ధ్యానం చేసుకుందాం.
హాయిగా కూర్చున్నాము. అందరికీ నమస్కారాలు. చక్కగా ధ్యానం చేద్దాం. చక్కటి సంగీతంలో, సునాదంలో శ్రద్ధతో ధ్యానం చేద్దాం. శ్రద్ధావాన్ లభతే జ్ఞానం. మన ధ్యాన అభ్యాసం పట్ల మనకి శ్రద్ధ ఉండాలి. అందుకోసమే పొద్దున్నే వచ్చి కూర్చున్నాం. మన అభ్యాసం పట్ల శ్రద్ధ. మన మీద మనకి విశ్వాసం. మనమే దేవుళ్ళం కనుక మన మీద మనకి విశ్వాసం కావాలి. మన పట్ల మన శ్రద్ధ కావాలి, మన అభ్యాసం పట్ల. Remember that we are all gods. Aham Brahmasmi Tattvamasi. అది ఎప్పుడు గుర్తుంచుకోవడమే ఆధ్యాత్మికత. నేను దేవుణ్ణి, మీరు దేవుడు. అది ఎప్పుడు గుర్తులోనే ఉండాలి. అది ఎప్పుడు మరుపులోకి రాకూడదు. ఐ యామ్ ఏ గాడ్ అండ్ యు ఆర్ ఏ గాడ్. ఆ విధంగా జీవితం అంతా జీవించడం. ఒక సైడు జీవితం అలా జీవిస్తూ ఇంకో సైడు ధ్యాన అభ్యాసం చేస్తూ ఉండాలి. ప్రాక్టీస్ ఆఫ్ మెడిటేషన్. Sincere practice and serious practice. Sincerity plus seriousness is equal to Shraddha. कृपया कोई भी आंखें न खोलें. लगातार ध्यान, पूर्ण विश्वास के साथ, पूर्ण श्रद्धा के साथ हम ध्यान के क्षेत्र में, ध्यान के अभ्यास के क्षेत्र में आगे बढ़ेंगे. हर दिन यह जिंदगी भर की कहानी है. श्रद्धापूर्वक अभ्यास. ఎంతో చక్కగా ధ్యానం చేస్తాం మనం. మన పట్ల మనకి విశ్వాసం ఉంది. నేను ఎంతైనా చేయగలను, ఏదైనా చేయగలను. A confidence that I can do whatever I want. ససేమిరా కళ్ళు తెరవద్దు. కళ్ళు మూసుకోవాలి. అదే వైరాగ్యం. శ్వాస మీద ధ్యాస ఉంచాలి. అదే అభ్యాసం. అభ్యాస వైరాగ్యాభ్యాం తన్నిరోధ. ఆ మనసుని కంట్రోల్ చేయాలంటే అభ్యాసం కావాలి, వైరాగ్యం కావాలి. వైరాగ్యం అంటే కళ్ళు రెండు మూసుకోవడమే. అభ్యాసం అంటే శ్వాస మీద ధ్యాసే. When you close your eyes, that is called a vairagya. When you observe your breathing, that is called as abhyasa. Be with your normal, natural, easy, soft, simple, tender, peaceful, tranquil breath, my dear friends, my dear masters and my dear gods. Every day is a great day of enlightenment for each one of us, because we learn so many lessons. We learn lessons from ourselves and from everybody else around us. हर पल हम सबक सीखते ही रहते हैं. When you are speaking, you are learning how to speak. When you are silent, you are learning how to be silent. When you are thinking, you are learning how to be in a thinking mode. When you are non-thinking, you are learning how to be in a non-thinking mode. Everything teaches you. ऐसा परिस्थिति कुछ भी नहीं है जहां हम कुछ भी नहीं सीखते हैं. पल पल सीखें. अपने आप से सीखें, औरों से सीखें, परिस्थिति से, प्रकृति से सीखें. कृपया कोई भी आंखें नहीं खोलेंगे. लगातार ध्यान. सुमधुर संगीत के साथ, सुमधुर नाद के साथ our breath is our guru. Let us sit at the feet of the guru. At the feet of the guru you get everything. And guru is your breath in the art and science of the practice of meditation. चलिए हम आगे बढ़ेंगे. Pamagama Magariga Garizari Pamagama Gariga Rida Papa Mama 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 Gaga Gaga Rida da 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 di 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 ga 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 ma 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 ba 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 na ra dum da ra na 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 dum da ra na ra na ra dum da ra na ra na na da 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 dum da ra na 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 Pama pama gama gama gari 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 da 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 ba mama gari da pa da ba ma pa ma gama gari gari ne ra ga 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 ma ga 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 ma ga ga ma ga ma ga ma ga re 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 ga ma ga re da sa re re sa ga ga sa ma ma ga ga re re da da sa pa ba sa ma ma sa ga ga da re re da 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 ni da re re da ni da re ga ga ni re re ni ga ga ni ma ma ni ba ba ni ga re ga da ni ga re da ni re ga re da ga re ni re da ni re da ni da re ga ma ga ga re re na da na ga ma da ba ma ga ma da ma ba ga ma re ga da re ni na ma ba da ba na ni da da ba pa da ni na da na re na 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 a da da na
Jaya Jaya Ram, Jaya Jaya Ram, Jaya Ram, Jaya Ram, Ram Ram Ram, Ram Ram, Jaya Jaya Ram, Jaya Jaya. Ga ga ri ga ri 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 ga 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 ri 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 za ga ga pa ba ga 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 ri 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 ga pa ri ga za ri ni za Jai Ram, Ram Ram, Rama Ram, Ni ni da 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 ba ba ni ni da 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 ga ri da ni da ri ga ri da ni ni da da ba ni re ah ఎంత భాగ్యమో ఎంత సౌఖ్యమో ధ్యానయోగము యోగ జీవితము ఎంత భాగ్యము ఎంత భాగ్యమో ఎంత సౌఖ్యమో ధ్యానయోగము యోగ జీవితము Sundaram
మెల్లిగా కళ్ళ మీద చేతులు పెట్టుకుందాం. 5 4 3 2 1 0. Slowly remove your hands and open your eyes. చక్కగా ధ్యానం చేసాం, గొప్పగా చప్పట్లు కొట్టుకుందాం. 5 minutes silence. No sound. ఎవరు కదలకూడదు. No sound whatsoever. Absolute silence for 5 minutes. Five minutes total silence. Exactly 5 minutes. Four more minutes. After total sound, total silence. After day, the night. After sound, silence. 4 more minutes. No need for a sound. No sound whatsoever. Soundlessness. 3 minutes more. Total silence. Two more minutes. Two minutes of silence. You must alternate between sound and silence. Total sound sometimes, total silence sometimes. Day and night, night and day. Sound and silence, silence and sound. Beautiful sound and beautiful silence. Marvelous sound and marvelous silence, my dear. Enjoy the silence. Total silence inside and outside. Final 1 minute. Absolute silence. Tremendous silence. Magnificent silence. Marvelous silence. Final 1 minute. Speech is silver, silence is golden. Absolutely no sound. 1 more minute. "30 seconds more." "20 seconds. "10 seconds. "9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Yes, now total sound. Shout whatever you want to shout. Shout, shout. Shout. Shout, 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 shout. Shout, 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 shout. Shout, 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 shout. Shout, 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 shout. Shout, shout. Shout, 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 shout. I want more shouting. Shouting, shouting. Silence. Thank you, thank you, thank you. ఎంత బాగుందో సౌండ్ అండ్ సైలెన్స్. సైలెన్స్ అండ్ సౌండ్. ఇదే సత్యము, అదే శివము, అదే సుందరము. వాట్ ఈజ్ ట్రూత్? బ్యూటిఫుల్ సౌండ్ అండ్ బ్యూటిఫుల్ సైలెన్స్ ఈజ్ ట్రూత్. సత్యం, శివం, సుందరం. చెప్పండి, 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 చెప్పండి. ఎస్, ఈ 3 పదాల్లో మొత్తం ఆధ్యాత్మికత అంతా ఉంది. టోటల్ స్పిరిచువాలిటీ ఇస్ దేర్ ఇన్ దీస్ 3 words. First is truth, second is welfare, third is beauty. Beauty comes from welfare and welfare comes from truth. సుందరం అన్నది శివం నుంచి వస్తుంది, శివం అన్నది సత్యం నుంచి వస్తుంది. ఎక్కడ సత్యం ఉందో అక్కడ శివం ఉంటుంది, ఎక్కడ శివం ఉంటుందో అక్కడ సుందరం ఉంటుంది. ఏమిటయ్యా సత్యం అంటే? మాట్లాడడం సత్యము, మాట్లాడకపోవడం సత్యము. ఆలోచన సత్యము, ఆలోచన లేకపోవడం సత్యము. చూడడం సత్యము, చూడకుండా ఉండడం సత్యము. పగలు సత్యము, రాత్రి సత్యము. పగలు రాత్రి ఉండదు, రాత్రి పగలు ఉండదు. సౌండ్లో సైలెన్స్ ఉండదు, సైలెన్స్లో సౌండ్ ఉండదు. రెండు ఈక్వల్లీ ఇంపార్టెంట్. ఎంత మాట్లాడతామో అంత మాట్లాడకుండా కూర్చోవాలి, ఎంత కదులుతామో అంత కదలకుండా కూర్చోవాలి, ఎంత ఆలోచిస్తామో అంత ఆలోచించకుండా కూర్చోవాలి, ఎంత చూస్తామో అంత చూడకుండా ఉండాలి. ఎంత సౌండ్ చేస్తామో అంత సౌండ్ చేయకుండా ఉండాలి. అందరితో కలిసి ఎలా ఉంటామో ఏకాంతంగా ఉండాలి. ఒక రూమ్లో తాళం వేసి నువ్వు ఒక్కడే ఉండాలంటే 1000 సంవత్సరాలు ఒకటే రూమ్లో ఉండగలగాలి, ఎవరితో సంబంధం లేకుండా. అందరితో సంబంధాలు పెట్టుకుని ఉండాలి, ఎవరితో సంబంధాలు లేకుండానూ ఉండాలి. ఇలానూ ఉండాలి, అలానే ఉండాలి. ఎలా ఉండాలి? ఇలానే ఉండాలి, అలానే ఉండాలి. అది సంగతి, అది సత్యము. నేను ఇలా ఉండలేను, అలా ఉండలేను అంటే అది అసత్యము. సంసారంలోనూ దుఃఖం లేకుండా ఉండాలి, సంసారం లేకుండా కూడా దుఃఖం లేకుండా ఉండాలి. సంసారం ఉంటే దుఃఖం ఉంటుంది ఏంటి? సంసారంలో ఉండాలి, దుఃఖం లేకుండా ఉండాలి. సంసారం లేకుండా ఉండాలి, దుఃఖం లేకుండా ఉండాలి. రెండూ అభ్యాసం చేయాలి. మాట్లాడడం అభ్యాసం చేయాలి, మాట్లాడకపోవడం అభ్యాసం చేయాలి. ఆలోచించడం అభ్యాసం చేయాలి, ఆలోచించకపోవడం అభ్యాసం చేయాలి. చూడడం అభ్యాసం చేయాలి, చూడకపోవడం అభ్యాసం చేయాలి. North Pole is equally important to South Pole. South Pole is equally important as North Pole. రెండు ఈక్వల్ ఇంపార్టెంట్, అది సత్యము. ఇది సత్యము, అది సత్యము. ఓం పూర్ణమదః పూర్ణమిదం పూర్ణాత్ పూర్ణముదచ్యతే పూర్ణస్య పూర్ణమాదాయ పూర్ణమేవావశిష్యతే. పరలోకము పూర్ణమే, ఇహలోకము పూర్ణమే. ఆత్మ కూడా పూర్ణమే, శరీరం కూడా పూర్ణమే. ఆధ్యాత్మిక జీవితం పూర్ణమే, సాంసారిక జీవితం పూర్ణమే. అది పూర్ణం, ఇది పూర్ణము. ఓం పూర్ణమదః పూర్ణమిదం, అది పూర్ణము. కనపడకుండా ఉన్నదే అదంతా పూర్ణము, కనపడేదంతా పూర్ణము. ఎక్కడ చూసినా పూర్ణమే. మూడు గంటల సేపు సంగీతం వచ్చింది, అది పూర్ణము. మళ్ళీ 3 గంటల సేపు సంగీతం లేకుండా గమ్మున కూర్చోవాలి, అది పూర్ణము. రెండూ చేయగలగాలి. ఇలానూ ఉండాలి, అలానూ ఉండాలి. డ్యాన్స్ చేయాలి, మళ్ళీ కదలకుండా కూర్చోవాలి. 5 గంటలు డ్యాన్స్ చేయాలి, 5 గంటలు కదలకుండా కూర్చోవాలి. శరీరాన్ని కదిలించాలి, కదిలించకూడదు. నోటిని కదిలించాలి, కదిలించకూడదు. మనసుని కదిలించాలి, కదిలించకూడదు. రెండూ అభ్యాసం చేయాలి. One minute silence. Only 1 minute silence. చప్పట్లు. డ్యాన్స్ డ్యాన్స్ డ్యాన్స్.